Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories on this Friday morning. We're at 43 degrees, headed up to about 53 today. More in the forecast still to come. A federal judge has stepped in to pause the Trump administration's buyout offer given to millions of federal workers.
The judge set a hearing for Monday to consider blocking the buyout offer. 10 days ago, more than 2 million federal employees received an email with a choice: resign now and be paid through September, or run the risk of being laid off. More than 60,000 federal workers have taken the offer, which is now on pause.
ABC's Christiane Cordero there. Meantime, Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Skrmetti has filed a legal brief in support of President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. That order is being challenged in courts and has been blocked from going into effect by a second federal judge now. Skrmetti asserts that the Constitution does not guarantee birthright citizenship for those whose parents are present in the United States illegally. Well, someone backed into an SUV into the Smyrna Vape 101 shop along Almaville Road. This happened yesterday morning. They busted out the windows and doors there, and the people in the vehicle got out, stole several items, and then drove away. Employees tell Channel 4 why they think stores like theirs are being targeted.
We've seen it locally. It's happened in Nolensville, in Nashville. I think they're just targeting these stores because of the amount of merchandise we carry, and B, the price tag on what we do carry, and it's easily resellable anywhere else.
Police say they found the Cadillac SUV that was being used in the smash and grab, but they have not found the suspects. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Markets started to drift lower ahead of Amazon's quarterly results, but the Nasdaq and S&P turned higher at the close on earnings anticipation. The Dow lost 126 points, the S&P added 22, and the Nasdaq gained 100 points. Tapestry, the company behind Coach and Kate Spade, helped lead the market after reporting a stronger profit for the latest quarter than analysts expected. Philip Morris, the cigarette maker, rose almost 10% after raising its financial forecast. Those two companies offset losses from Ford Motor Company, which is predicting headwinds related to market factors this year. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage in the U.S. eased for the third week in a row, down to 6.89%. OpenAI is researching sites across the U.S. to build a network of data centers to power its technology. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And futures this morning are pretty flat, too. The Dow futures are up just 12 points. NASDAQ futures down 19. S&P futures are down 3. That's the latest news. Stick around. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Hey, looking pretty good on the roads this morning. No problems on 24 headed in. 65 looks good. There was a crazy driver on 40 headed into the Nashville area earlier this morning. Looks like that crazy driver is cleared out now. We'll have more on all of this coming up. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Friday, February 7th, 2025. Hope you're doing well. Man, do we have, I say this every day, but every day it's true. Man, we have a lot of news. We got what Trump wants to do with the tax cuts, and we've got Congressman Tim Burchett saying he wants to welcome Palestinian refugees. We've got that story for you and a whole lot more right here, the latest on USAID as well.
Hey.
Illegal immigration, very much in the news. Yes, Joan.
Did you hear about that crazy driver heading in?
You know what?
40
It's
this
so
morning?
funny. I said to Malinoff, I said, I think Joan's talking about me.
Oh, I was.
I have had a morning from HE double toothpicks. So I'm 3/4 of the way here, and I realize I don't have my phone. Now, typically, I would say, fine, I'll just, bang on the window of the radio station and somebody will let me in. But I was also almost out of gas. I also have not one, but 2 appointments after the show today. So I needed my phone. I needed my gas card because I wasn't about to try to bum $10 off of Malinoff to get me home and to my appointments. So I had to turn all the way around. I was 3/4 I was past the airport on westbound 40. I had to get off, go all the way back home, run into the house, try not to wake up my wife, try not to make the dog bark. And I found my phone, got back on the road. Do you know how hard it was to drive down 70 through like Hermitage and Mount Juliet? Because all the cops are just waiting there for some stupid sap like me to go speeding down 70.
Oh, those are speed traps. There's tons of them.
Oh,
I
yeah.
see them. I see, for you police officers that hang out on 70, I know exactly where you are. I see you every single day. One of these days, they will get me, and I will end up being pulled over. So it took everything in my power not to speed down 70 and Lebanon Pike, whatever you want to call it, and get back on 40 and get back in here. I made it with like 10 minutes to spare.
You got here, like I looked up and you were here. I'm like, I was expecting you to be like right on the dot here.
No, I've had those days too, but I have my phone and all is right, well and good, but I had to stop and get like $10 worth of gas, and it was just, it has been one of those mornings so far, but I'm sure that the rest of my day is going to go just fine. I am wondering if I woke up my my wife. I'll find out later.
You'll get a text, right?
Well, because you know what happens when you leave at this time of the morning, they hear you leave.
Yeah.
And then she's going to be like, did you come back home like 25, 30 minutes later? And so then I have to go through the whole thing. And it's just, again, it has been one of those mornings. But you know what? It's all fine.
It's
It is
Friday. That's right. It's going to be a good day.
And all is right and well with the world. So, anyway, Tim Burchett on the Palestinian. Can we talk about this for a minute?
Absolutely.
Is he on crack?
He must be. I think he must be.
I'm a big Tim Burchett fan. I have actually. I've not endorsed him for governor because I don't endorse anybody for any political office. Just so everybody is clear on that. People that listen to me know. But I like him as governor, and I think he would be a great governor. But I think Marsha Blackburn will be our next governor. But all that to say, what a crazy story from WSMV. And there's something weird going on because WSMV quotes an interview that Burchett did with CNN. That interview has been wiped from the internet.
That's weird.
I also reached out to Congressman Burchett and his press person, crickets. So this is the story. Representative Burchett welcomes the idea of Palestinians relocating to the United States and Tennessee. Now, if you know anything about Palestinians, you know that by and large, I mean, we had Stephen Bucci on yesterday. He said they're not good neighbors. They're not good visitors. And he is absolutely right. Do you folks remember? I want to make sure that everybody just has the frame of reference. Do you remember last year we had when Israel was doing what they needed to do to defend themselves and try to root out Hamas from Gaza? And so they were doing what they had to do. And we had all of those anti-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian rallies going on across America. Those are the Palestinians. Those are the people that are pro-Hamas. And Tim Burchett wants to bring more of that here. Now, I understand that it sounds like I'm painting with a very broad brush. It's probably because I am. So I'll go ahead and say not all people that are Palestinian are pro-Hamas. I do understand that. But how do you vet these folks? So I only find one story on this from WSMV, and about 1 million people sent it to me. Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett said that he would welcome Palestinians to the U.S. and Tennessee during an interview with CNN on Thursday morning. The interview came after President Donald Trump laid out a plan to resettle most of Gaza's population in other countries and allow the U.S. to take the lead in clearing debris and rebuilding it. Of course, we've all talked about that. In the interview with CNN, Burchett was candid about not only welcoming Palestinians to the U.S., but also about having good relations with those who already reside in the volunteer state. I have absolutely no qualms with the fact that Tim Burchett may know some of these Palestinian folks, and he's got great relationships with them, because I do understand that there are people from Gaza and from that part of the world that are in our country, and they have assimilated to our culture. But there's a lot of people that haven't, that are from that part of the world. Now, this is the quote, and I'm trying to be fair to the congressman because I like him. But just to me, this is why I want to have him on, because I want him to be able to have his say and explain what he meant when a guy who I believe wants to be governor, he hasn't said anything yet, he hasn't announced yet, but when he says that he wants to welcome Palestinians into Tennessee, that's a little worrisome. Here's the quote. We already have Palestinians in America, and some of them are the finest people that I know. They live in Knoxville, Tennessee, and they're wonderful Americans if they want to assimilate and become Americans. See, that's the important part, and that's the part that some people may be missing, is he is saying that if these folks are willing to assimilate, if these folks are willing to come into our country and be Tennesseans and be Americans, then welcome, just like any other legal immigrant. But the problem is folks come into this country from this part of the world, and there are some of them who have been really bad news. And how do you know who's going to be the good citizens and who will be the not so good citizens? And I think that if you're somebody who loves America and you're somebody who loves Tennessee, you have concerns. That doesn't make you a racist. That doesn't make you anti-anything. It means that you're pro-America and you want to make sure that we're getting the best of the best. So to continue with his quote, They live in Knoxville, Tennessee. They're wonderful Americans. And if they want to assimilate and become Americans, but if they don't, they want to bring terrorism and hatred and things like that into this country, I don't think we should. But, he says, we have a pretty good record with Palestinians, at least in Tennessee, so I welcomed them, is what Tim Burchett said, Congressman Tim Burchett. He also added that the U.S. needs a legitimate litmus test for anyone coming into the country. So the headline is alarming. Congressman Tim Burchett wants to bring Palestinian refugees into Tennessee. But in the bed of the story, he also talks about how they need to assimilate and become Americans. That's number one. And number two, if they want to bring terrorism and hatred and all of that pro-Hamas crap, well, they could just, stay in the Middle East. So on this one, I think I understand where Tim Burchett is coming from. Any good conservative welcomes legal immigration. And what he's saying is if we can prove that these folks are going to be good citizens, well, then why not? I've got more on this straight ahead. 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
No problems on 24 this morning. Everything looks good on 40. Heading in 65. No delays so far at that crossover with 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:16. Nashville's morning news. Hey, KGB, take the phones off hold. Hey, Joan, you want to see disaster?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to try to take calls on this at 5:17 in the morning. Phone calls, like actual phone calls. I want to talk to you folks. I love speaking to the listeners, especially the early risers. Y'all are in it just like I am at 5 o'clock in the morning. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Let's see if anybody actually calls. What do you think of Congressman Tim Burchett's call to bring more Palestinians to Tennessee? Now, part of what he says is that there's a pretty good litmus test that they should follow. And unfortunately, we haven't been doing that in the past. He says we have 14 million people in our country. We don't know where they are. We have members of the Taliban. We have Chinese communist spies working out of the Capitol. We've got these people all over the place. We need to provide a legitimate litmus test for those folks. Remember that all across the Middle East, we have countries who don't want these folks from Gaza. Remember that? The Palestinians are, generally speaking, violent and have no problem with the murderous ways of Hamas. I mean, that is part of their culture. Yesterday, remember, we spoke to Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation, who told us, these Palestinians, they simply put, don't play well with others. Like when Jordan had to take in some Palestinians.
Yeah, because the Palestinians are not good guests. There were a ton of Palestinians in Jordan back from earlier Arab-Israeli conflicts, and eventually they tried to kill the king, the present king's father. They rebelled and tried to take over the entire country of Jordan where they were guests and kill the king, who was a descendant of the prophet. That's really a bad thing to do in their world. And they found out that King Hussein back then, who looked like a jolly fellow with a nice smile all the time, turned out to be a pretty tough dude. He rounded them up. He crushed the revolt. Mm-hmm. He killed a bunch of them, and the rest of them he kicked out of his country.
I mean, part of the fear is that within the Palestinians, you do have these radicals, and clearly we don't have a good history with allowing radicals into this country. In other words, we do. And Stephen Bucci talks about the radical element within.
Bottom line is the Palestinians are far more Hamas type orientation than we attribute to them. The folks who say, well, look, the Palestinians in Gaza are really like prisoners. The Hamas are the problem. You can't keep attacking the civilians. There are not a heck of a lot of honest to goodness civilians in Gaza, to be honest with you. Maybe the women and children, okay, you got a point. All of the military age men, which in that part of the world is like 15 and up, they are all tied to Hamas in some way, shape, or form, ideologically or through action. Many of them have multiple jobs. They might be a hospital orderly during the day, and then at night they put on the headband, they grab a weapon, and they go off and start shooting rockets.
Yeah, that's Stephen Bucci. And by the way, I've read that many times. So there's a reason why a lot of folks in this country, when they read what Congressman Tim Burchett is suggesting, it gives us just a little pause. All right, your phone call's coming up. We've got about 5 minutes between the end of this break and Joan Jones with the newscast. So, Joan, what is coming up at 5:30?
Well, we'll tell you where tornadoes touched down yesterday. Also, the idea behind the pot for potholes legislation. Those stories and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I started working in the early 60s, and Tennessee had a deer stocking program already in place, primarily from Clarksville Base within the Fort Campbell area. In that area, a lot of deer were stocked in Midland, West Tennessee. And then later on, we started taking deer from those areas and stocking in other areas. So it was a progression. It moved pretty fast. The deer was sometimes faster than the stalkers were.
I bet that was pretty exciting trying to trap those deer and move them and know that you're making a huge impact.
Well, we weren't all that confident.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of the counties had dogs with problems. They'd be wanting to dog the deer and didn't hold up under that kind of pressure. And we had to go back in and restock. There was a lot of different types of law enforcement work that had to be done. And the officers did a good job. And we talked to a lot of the judges, and they clamped down pretty hard on somebody poaching deer out there. Back then, we only put out 15 or 20 deer. It was incredible. In fact, at that time, it could cost you your truck.
Yeah. It's an amazing success story. You hear folks saying, well, we didn't see a deer when I was a kid, and now you just have to walk out your back door and you got in a subdivision grazing or driving down the interstate highways or whatever, you see a deer just about every day.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if we're too traditional.
Some folks say back in the good old days, but I don't know, right now, hunting and fishing is really good.
525 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday. Taking calls in this 5 o'clock hour, what do you think of Congressman Tim Burchett and his welcoming of Palestinian refugees here in the state of Tennessee? Let's go to Cindy on line 1. Cindy, what's your thought? Thanks for calling in.
I just think it's outrageous. No, just no way. There's no kind of litmus test you can give this group of people that would prove anything.
Well, I think Cindy, you bring up, of course, a great point, which is, okay, so Egypt and Jordan have firsthand experience of what it's like to live with folks from Gaza, these Palestinians. And so I agree with you. I'm not sure if there is a litmus test that is out there that would protect Americans.
You couldn't make one up. You can't get them to say, they can say anything, they can do anything. Once they get here, they don't change their ways. They stick with their customs, and they want us to be into them and change to their ways.
And Cindy, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much for trying to blow through these calls. Larry, my buddy Larry's in Clarksville on WTN. Larry, thanks for calling in.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Cindy's absolutely right. There is no way to properly vet these people. They're going to be a drain on Tennessee. They're going to be a drain on our school system, which we already have issues with. There's just, and I've always liked Tim Burchett, but this is a hell no.
Yes, not only no, but a hell no. Larry, thanks for the call very much. Tony's in Nashville on WTN. Tony, go ahead.
Two things. First, if your wife is anything like mine, she definitely heard you, and you are definitely going to hear about it later. Second off, I agree. There is no way to vet these people. You don't know who you're bringing in. But also, let's not forget, Donald Trump is currently in the middle of carrying out the largest deportation program in the history of the U.S. It would be counterproductive to then turn around and say, well, now we're going to bring in these other people. Plus, we have so many of our own issues here, we can't really afford to be taking care of other people and their problems. And I feel like we have too many of our own problems here at home.
Yeah, we do. Tony, great points. Thank you very much for the call. Dan is on line 6. Dan, what do you say?
Yeah, this is what I say is that we are too deep in people in the United States. Our resources are getting lower and lower. Prices are going higher and higher. I work for the federal government, so I spent some time in Washington State where they took in, I don't know the exact number, but it was like boatloads of refugees from Iraq and Iran. Afghanistan.
Yes.
Where they were taking over major apartment complexes, 15, 20 per an apartment, driving cars nicer than mine, with getting the government assistance. If we're going to get rid of the deficit, let's take that money and put it towards our own people.
All right, Dan, you're right. It's all about priorities. Last call in this for now. April is on line 3 on WTN. April, what do you think?
Well, quite frankly, I'm confused as to what's going on with Tim Burchett.
I'm going to be honest with you, April. He's always been very pro-legal immigration, and I understand he's not talking about welcoming illegal aliens into our country, but you're right. And here's the deal. I'm trying to get Congressman Burchett on. I'm trying to get not only him, maybe through his press person, whatever. So far, crickets, but would love to talk to him. Going to keep trying. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The National Weather Service now confirming an EF1 tornado touched down yesterday just south of Louisville with wind speeds at 95 miles an hour. This woman's home was destroyed.
And I felt dirt hit me and I screamed out and I got up and my husband said, honey said, there's a tornado coming.
No injuries reported, though, and surveyors are also looking at a potential EF1 tornado site in Rockcastle County. 2 homes and a barn were destroyed there. More and more people are getting sick in Tennessee. Here's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder.
Tennessee, the state as a whole, remains very high when it comes to flu cases, the highest ranking the CDC gives. State data shows hospitalizations have been going up and more people have tested positive. The Nashville-Davidson County area is again in the high category for flu infections well.
And sickness is causing some schools to temporarily close their doors. Coffee County and Dixon County schools have joined the long list of school districts taking a sick break. A new bill filed by 2 Nashville Democrats in the General Assembly would legalize marijuana and use the taxes from the sale of it to fix potholes. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
Representative Afton Bain had the idea last month that if the state was going to legalize marijuana, it should benefit everyone. So she created Pot for Potholes. It would tax marijuana sales at 15%, then that money would go into the highway fund.
Every year we hear bills in the legislature to legalize recreational marijuana, but there hasn't really been a definitive and creative way to tell you where that money is going.
Heidi Campbell is the Senate sponsor of that bill. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Right in the Arts District, there's a crash this morning. This is on MLK Jr. Boulevard at Rosa Parks Boulevard. But the majors heading into Nashville are looking good so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you're doing well. It's Friday, along with Joan Jones and Jeff Malinoff. I'm Dan Mandis. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, first of all, go to YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. I think we finally figured out the angle and the zoom that works for yours truly. Because every day there's an epic battle over like zooms and angles and all this kind of stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't watch this stuff until I get home and I check it. And yesterday's close-up was way too close up, Joan. It was like I needed to shave my nose hairs kind of a thing. It's like, oh my God, why is it so close? And for 4 hours, I was glad that the feed crashed yesterday because it was like way close. And so we backed it off a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I think we figured out the color and all that kind of stuff too. So watch us on YouTube, listen to us on the radio. But if you watch us on YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll because and be sure and subscribe and like to the channel and all that other stuff.
There's a little surprise on that poll too.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. So the poll, because remember, we talked about this yesterday. How did we go ahead, and Jeff Malinoff, who does this thing every day. So, Jeff, how did we frame today's Daily Dan poll?
It's very straightforward. Who's more annoying? We have Elizabeth Warren.
Right.
We have Jasmine Crockett.
Right.
We have Maxine Waters. Mm-hmm. And then the curveball is Hakeem Jeffries.
All right. So remember, this is all based on the montage from yesterday.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your. This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country. No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
And we're going to fight it in the streets.
So there you go. There's those four. Hakeem Jeffries. Now, I don't even know. Here's what's funny, Joan. Who did I say I hated yesterday?
You said it was.
Was it Elizabeth
Warren?
Okay. So my vote was Elizabeth Warren. And by the way, the curveball is that people said, well, what about this person? What about this person? What about this person? So the curveball is if you have a write-in vote, you can write it in to the super text line at 615-737-9986.
Oh, you mean somebody who's not Elizabeth Warren, Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, or Hakeem Jeffries?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Correct. So, I like it, and I'm on the super text line right now. That number again is 615-737-9986, and
if you're on there, you can watch the numbers changing in real time.
Yes.
It's so cool.
Yes, you can watch the numbers changing in real time. I'm laughing at. Okay, so this is the first thing that I see when I get onto the super text line. You ready, Joan?
Ready.
2222. Dan, you need to work on your confidence, sir. That's the first thing I see. You're right. Okay, so moving right along. Wow. There's been a lot of feedback so far this morning.
There really has been. Look at that.
I think by and large, people are like, Tim Burchett, no to the Palestinian refugee thing. Mm-hmm. I'm right there. But now, AOC, Ilhan Omar, all of the above.
Chuck Schumer.
Marsha Blackburn,
Oh,
she squawks
yes.
like a parrot. Phil says Marsha Blackburn squawks like a parrot. Let's see. Chuck Schumer, How is Maxine Waters not arrested? She promotes violence. She always does that.
Yes.
Nobody seems to care. Let's see here. What's the percentages? What are people saying on the Daily Dan poll, KGB?
Looking now, Elizabeth Warren is running away with it with 52%. Maxine Waters is trying to come back at 33%. Jasmine Crockett down on 13%. And Hakeem Jeffries at a whopping 1%.
Oh, wow. I think he's pretty annoying, too.
Honestly, if we put like Elon Omar there, it's probably like a dead heat.
You think Ilhan Omar would be a dead heat?
She's awful.
I don't have her audio handy, though.
Yeah. You can put her with like Tlaib as well. She can be in there
Rashida
as well.
Tlaib.
Did she lose her election also?
No.
No, she won hers?
Yeah, she won hers.
Who was the guy in the squad that lost his and he blamed it on everyone else besides himself?
I can't remember his name.
You know who
He
I'm
was
talking about,
He was
right?
out of New York. He was out of New York.
Bowman? Was it Bowman?
Jamal Bowman.
Yes.
Jamal.
That's what it
Oh,
was.
the guy who pulled the fire.
The fire
Yes,
alarm
the guy that committed a federal crime.
Yes, that nobody will hold him accountable for.
Right.
8265. Okay, so now apparently we're just going to go way off the reservation. We've got 8265, Phil Williams.
Ooh.
Oh.
You know what? Listen,
Wow.
if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and do it. I mean,
Then Keith Olbermann's in there too.
then you got to throw Keith Olbermann in there too.
He'd
We
be
could
my
do a
vote.
whole thing.
If Keith was in there, he'd be my vote.
7222, back says excellent Zoom. There you go. Thank you. I like the Zoom today. All right. We tried to do one other thing, by the way, yesterday. If you missed yesterday's 8:35, we talked about how Tuesday, KGB, for you folks that missed the 8:35 yesterday, we discovered that KGB literally got broken up with by a girl that he had gone out with a few times in the middle of our show on Tuesday.
In a text.
In a text message.
Terrible.
So we felt bad. We kind of laughed. But within that laughter was some sorrow, but mostly laughter. So anyway, we felt bad. We really did. In the middle of the show. And I got to say, kudos to Jeff, because I noticed his mood. I don't know if you noticed this, Joan, but on Tuesday, Malinoff's mood just got really dark, but he didn't say anything.
Right. So I see the back of him. You see the front of him. I see the back of him.
Well,
so
you know
I
what?
didn't notice, like,
You know me,
physically?
I start internalizing it. I'm thinking, what did I say to make Jeff mad? I don't
Right.
even know.
Oh, I
Like
can
that,
count
like
the
that
ways.
That's what it's like to work with me, is if your mood changes, it's going to impact me because I think that I've done something
I
wrong.
was trying to. I thought I kept it in pretty well. I don't
Imagine
think
what it's
anyone
like to
really
be
noticed.
married to me. I'm just telling you.
I'm
Are
good.
you mad at me? Yeah, that's what it's like to be married to me. Anyway, so
Well, if for those that don't know, I was also on Murphy's show at the beginning of the last hour, because he was listening. It was like, because I was working for the Zone for their late show. He brings me in and goes, "I'm worried about you."
it's very sad. It's very sad. Well, you know, I hate to tell you, Jeff, but you're going to be even sadder after I tell you that during the 8:35 yesterday, we said, listen, let's get Malinoff a date. Let's find him a good Christian woman and really somebody that'll go out with him for more than one date. But one date is a beginning.
Yeah.
And so we threw it out there. We said, send me your dating resumes, I said. Send me your stats, send me your pictures in a non-creepy kind of way. And then Joan and then me and Chris would all decide who Malinoff goes out with. But then we decided that we would go ahead and allow the listeners to decide. And we would do it via the Daily Dan poll. And I got to tell you, Joan, I've been really.
Yeah.
You have
What
to
the
put in
heck?
the. You have to put in the crickets.
I've been overrun with.
Because tumbleweeds you can't hear them. So.
Yeah, you know what?
I didn't even see you post it. Did you even post it on X or anything?
Here's the good news, Jeff. I did get 3 responses from men. So there is.
Yeah. Sorry.
So yeah, and the deal was, I told people, send me your dating resumes to Dan at 997WTN.com.
I haven't told you this, but right after the show ended, I did get DM'd.
You did?
Yes.
So we have a potential.
So I'm not going to say her name or anything like that, but she DM'd me and saying, hey, I guess my mom said this, you were talking about this on the air or something, and just like, hey, basically. And then
She said, how you doing?
in a sense, yeah,
how you
but
doing?
She was very sweet and nice, but
You
I was,
sure?
like literally 10 minutes in, like right after the show ended, I get in my car and I see it. I'm just like, I started laughing because I'm like, oh, this is going to be it for the next couple of
Okay,
weeks.
so that's going to be our one candidate.
One candidate.
Our starting candidate.
I'm not going to
really
do that. I'm not
kinda-
going to do it to her. I'm not going to do that.
If there's only, okay, here's the deal. If there's only one candidate, there's got to be more than one.
Yeah.
You know what I said yesterday, Joan, for people that missed it? I literally said that if young Malinoff wanted to go out with my daughter, I would allow it. That is a ringing endorsement from yours truly. Now, I'm not going to start doing 60-second commercials on why people should date Jeff Malinoff. But I'm telling you, we're trying to open it up.
So I guess if we're gonna do this, we have to make like some sort of like post about it. I feel like
We have.
if
we
you're
need a
gonna do this,
profile.
yeah. Is that what the plan?
Yeah.
Because
So
if we don't have
right
one
after the show today, when the sun's up, we're going to go out on the little veranda outside the studios here, and we're going to take some photos. We're going to have a photo shoot.
yet. And you know what? I'm honestly curious how many will send it because I feel like I'm going to get more DMs than anything else. Which honestly,
It's okay.
if I'm gonna look through them all, if you send me some, this is such a bad idea. But if I find some funny or interesting or like whatever, I will talk about it as well.
We have to do this, though, on the air. If you're getting DMs.
You know, if I get them, I will let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're
even
gonna have.
even if they're legitimate like interests.
Yeah.
Like I'll see where it goes. Like honestly, I'm like, what do I have to lose? But
what every woman wants to hear.
Yeah.
What do I have to lose?
no, you know what I mean. Because
Something really great could come out of this.
You never know. Like that's what Ken said. I was on the show with Matt Murphy. Ken was very optimistic, which is kudos to him.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like, you never know. You could find your soulmate like this. Like this
You
could be.
could.
This could be just like the beginning of a relationship over the radio. So I mean,
I
not
told
against
the
it.
story that when I was 22, and I told this at 8:35 yesterday, when I was 22, 23 years old, I was basically doing Jeff Malinoff's job. And I was a young producer. I was in Los Angeles, and I was producing a morning show and running the console and all that. And I had tickets to Rod Stewart, and I got broken up with, not via text because text messaging wasn't around back then, but the girl that I was going to go with keyed my car. So I took that as a...
Keyed your car?
Took that as a, I don't want to go to the concert with you. Why, yes, she keyed my car.
Wow.
Wait, you never told me that.
Yeah, that's news.
Well,
you said you made a move and you got shut down. You didn't say the key to the car.
The girl I was going to go with keyed my car because she thought that I went out with another girl.
Oh.
Which was actually true.
Oh.
My story's funnier of the woman winning the date and then still keying your car.
But then, the girl and I, we weren't exclusive. So it wasn't my fault that she misread our relationship. Anyway, moving on from there. So she got mad at me. She keyed my car, whatever. So then I had the Rod Stewart tickets. So I'm, I forget how very young. And the woman that they hooked me up with was a lot older. And as I told the story yesterday, when, Rod Stewart, I think he was playing either First Cut is the Deepest or Tonight's the Night or something, some slow song at the LA Forum. I made my move.
Yeah.
Rico Suave came in and I made my move. And man, I was shot down in a blaze of glory. All she wanted was to go to the concert.
Wow.
Sorry, 3618 says, there's a movie about some radio host, I can't remember what it was, Taylor or something, but they somehow ended up hooking up with a serial killer, murderer, crazy person over the radio. Jeff,
Nice.
I would suggest don't do this.
Is that Play Misty for Me?
Yeah.
It might be Play Misty for Me.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah. So Joan, I made a move on that woman many, many, many years ago, and that's what I got.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't tell these stories.
Don't you just love
to
when
Jeff?
sparks fly, but it's only like one person that's sparking?
Yeah.
That's the story of my life.
Some people are being nice to me. I appreciate it. I thought I was gonna get just absolutely heckled.
Of course they are.
All hell.
No, that's their job with me,
Right.
Jeff. So,
I mean, again, I will be more than happy to take somebody out and have a good time.
somebody says 7422 DMs, Dungeon Masters.
Correct.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. I
All
have
right,
the dice to prove it.
Here you go.
So, if you want women to DM you, if you want women, Jeff, to slide into your DMs,
Never say that again. Ever. Ever.
Joe, did that sound as creepy as it felt?
Was
Yes.
creepy.
Did it? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
My bad. Sorry. Where are you on the socials?
At Jeff Malinoff on X, and that's the only one I'm going to say.
Oh.
Here, 2133 said that he'd be happy to set him up with his ex-wife.
There's a reason that's X.
Yeah.
You know what he's trying to do? Because with an ex-wife, if they get married again, he didn't have to pay alimony anymore.
That's right.
That's what that's all about.
Beware.
People.
Dan
So, yeah.
understands these things.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
Don't I know
again,
it? Jesus.
I'm more than happy to do this. I think it'll be funny, and I think any woman I would take out, I would show them a good time.
You notice it? Well, I'm paying for it.
I know.
That's the other part of it.
Yeah, that's also great. A free dinner, but I also get to entertain a nice lady. That'll be fun.
Well, you don't know if she's going to be nice or not. You never quite
well,
know
I'll
what
be
you're
a
going to get.
gentleman, so hopefully she gives me the same respect.
All right, it's 5:51 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan has the news coming up. Joan, what's up?
President Trump puts the kibosh on payments to American media companies. Also, one Tennessee legislator wants to make it more difficult for ICE to capture gangbangers in Tennessee schools. We'll tell you what he is proposing. Those stories and more coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:56. Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. I got to tell you, the White House is doing such an incredible job. There's so many things that Trump is doing and Caroline Leavitt, they're doing that is the complete opposite of what Joe Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre were doing. They are putting out these incredible videos. Follow me on X, at Dan Mandis Show. And y'all know what happened yesterday. Donald Trump, he signed that executive order protecting women's sports and protecting women from the radical transgender movement of allowing men to play in women's sports, allowing them to go into women's locker rooms and bathrooms. And I do understand some of these are local issues as well, local laws and state laws and so forth. But bottom line, from the federal level, Donald Trump is doing everything he can to protect women's sports. Go to my X feed, at Dan Mandis Show. There is a great video. It's almost Jonah tearjerker is what it is, because you got a bunch of moms and a bunch of little kids, little girls, that are basically thanking Donald Trump for watching out for them.
I fought for her. And I fought for her. I fought for her. For her. For her. For her. I fought for her. For her.
We fought for her.
And President Trump has fought for all of us.
For us.
He fights for us.
Fought for us. President Trump fought for me. For us.
For us.
For us.
For us. For us. I'm so grateful that President Trump has fought for us.
I mean, what an amazing video.
It really is.
You had, I don't know if you saw it, but you've got Riley Gaines in there and a whole bunch of other folks as well. And it's one of those videos that really brings home what the Democrats stand for and what the Republicans stand for. And you look at the Democrats and how they're screaming that they're going to protect USAID, knowing what is being paid for with USAID. I've got a big thing on that coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. But they're trying to protect, the Democrats are trying to protect things that are abhorrent. The other thing they're trying to protect is men playing on women's sports teams. And so yesterday when Donald Trump was signing the executive order,
you know, if you'd like to gather around me, I think I'm going to be okay. Come on.
And Trump having all those little girls come around him while he signed the executive order. I said it yesterday. Trump is softening his image. Have you noticed that, Joan, or is it just me?
Oh, no, I absolutely have. He has so much more confidence now than he did before. I think he was really taken by surprise at the amount of vitriol against him in his first round, that this time he's got the right people around him. He's got his initiatives on the front line, and he's confident like crazy, which is an unbelievable statement after two people tried to take his life.
It is amazing. Yeah. And we're just, 3 weeks in now?
Yes.
So it's going to be a fascinating and exciting and I think a great 4 years. It's 5:59. Coming up on 6 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News. Take the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube. Yes, go to YouTube, 99.7 WTN. Search us there. And yes, the super text line is open, 615-737-9986.
Well, good morning to you. It's 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is an accident to tell you about that will slow down the commute this morning. 65, the southbound lanes just past Trinity Lane. It's a crash there, and it's the right entrance lane has been blocked off. So something to be aware of. You may need a couple of extra minutes getting in. Well, revelations of USAid payments to journalists and news organizations angering President Trump. Yesterday, he ordered the General Services Administration to, quote, cancel every single media contract by the end of the day. Earlier, the Department of Government Efficiency uncovered mass subscription contracts for outlets including Politico and the New York Times worth millions of dollars every year. By midnight tonight, USAID will be whittled down from more than 14,000 employees around the globe to less than 300 here in the U.S.
We have received notification that as of Friday at 11:59 p.m., the remaining number of employees on active duty, both civil service and foreign service, will be 294. The rest of the service will be furloughed and put on administrative leave pending what we assume will be a reduction in force.
That's Randy Chester. He's the vice president of the American Foreign Service Association. All that's left will be the core leadership and mission-critical staff at USAID. Two Tennessee lawmakers from Nashville are trying to stop Elon Musk from accessing the U.S. Treasury's payment system. Here's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder.
They introduced the Stop Elon Act. Senator Jeff Yarbrough, Representative Jason Powell say it will hold people accountable for illegally interfering with giving out government benefits that families rely on. If it's passed, the bill would create a new offense for interfering with a person's ability to get a loan grant or financial assistance from any level of government.
And another bill introduced in the state legislature would require schools to send a mass notification if immigration officers are on school grounds. That bill was introduced by Democrat lawmaker Vincent Dixie. Now, the bill attempts to skirt President Trump's executive order on sanctuary cities. Dixie adding language that says the legislation would not subject any school board member or school employee to penalties. Well, with a budget deadline looming, House Republicans met at the White House with President Trump. They worked out a plan to fund the president's agenda. House Speaker Mike Johnson called the 4-hour meeting productive, but there was another Republican congressman describing the meeting as tense at times. If you ask Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee, he wasn't invited to the meeting, and he said he had it out with the leadership.
They're not telling me what's in the dadgum bill. I'd kind of like to know about it if we have a 3-person majority and, we have a bad case of flu run through the Capitol and we're out of the majority.
House Speaker Johnson wants the House Budget Committee to meet early next week to mark up a budget resolution. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The Dow futures are up 49. NASDAQ futures down just 2. S&P futures are plus 1 point. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Pretty slow on 65 southbound, just past Trinity Lane. That's a crash, and the right entrance lane is blocked this morning. If you're traveling in Laurel Hill, Bell Road at Zelita Avenue, a crash involving injuries. Also, in a crash on 840 eastbound at Bill France Boulevard. That's exit 65 in Murfreesboro. An accident there. It's a single vehicle wreck into the wall, and that would involve some injuries as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
News. 6:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Friday, February 7th, 2025. Hope you are doing well. Hey, coming up at 6:25, Donald Trump has laid out his plans for your taxes. We have that coming up for you at 6:25 on Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7. We, of course, will be talking about USAID, and there is no aid about USAid. This is all about money laundering. This is all about, in my opinion, it really sounds like a criminal enterprise that our government has been engaged in, money laundering, things like that. And so the more that we look at it, I know that we've all been sort of laughing about, $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq and some of these other things. And some of these are quite humorous, and I do understand that. But the reality is that our government, with your taxpayer dollars, they've been up to no good. You know, last few days we've been talking about, how they use these taxpayer dollars through USAID for regime change. And those kinds of things that they've been doing all across the world, and especially over the last 4 years under Joe Biden, and the amount of money that has been funneled through USAID. Now, Jesse Waters, he had a great segment on this last night, and he really does spell it out. And now the shock of how much and what we're spending the money on, that has sort of now been baked into the story. But now comes the investigations. Should there be an investigation into where that money, the $50 billion a year, where has that money actually gone to?
Biden paid nearly $5 billion to unnamed foreign sources. Whoever's getting our money is so shady, our government can't even put it in writing. They just call it aid.
Right. And so, again, we can all chuckle at some of this stuff, but some of these things sound pretty sinister. In other words, as Jesse put it last night, did we really pay $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq, or did that money and the rest of the $50 billion end up going to Biden's slimy friends across the world? Because, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, the entire Biden family, they're all just really slimy, and I think that we all know that. So where did that $50 billion actually go? The other question is, all right, so we've got the $50 billion that has been spent. So is some of that money going to kickbacks right back to the Democrats?
I bet a lot of this money is to bribe foreign officials to win bids for American companies, or to bribe foreign politicians just to have in our pockets, or just to subsidize far-left foundations. Most of the people getting money from these grants aren't in the country. They pump it into overseas organizations, and then we never see them.
I mean, he's got a great point. As I said, money goes out, and we have no idea where it actually goes, what it's being used for. And one question I would have is, okay, do those Iraqi TV producers actually have receipts? And I have no idea how much it costs to produce a television show in Iraq. Pretty sure they don't have unions out there. Does it really cost $20 million to build a very basic set and have a bunch of kids run around and have the puppets and all that kind of stuff? Not sure if it takes $20 million. But that's the point, is that we are talking about unaccountable money just like Ukraine. USAid, or AID, paid millions, billions, in what really looks like a massive money laundering scheme.
USAID paid $235 million to the National Democratic Institute. Okay, well, that sounds benign. No, millions of that money went to executive compensation, meaning salaries for all the liberals with no skills. I bet most of that money didn't go to supporting democracy. It went to supporting liberal lifestyles.
Absolutely. He's right. And so now the problem. The problem is we know that this money has been spent. The other problem is that we don't know where that money has truly gone. It could have gone to some of these DEI things that we've been talking about, or it's been laundered. And this money is going right back to the Democrats. It's going to really slimy, criminal-type people in other countries, you know, people who are affiliated with the Democrats and the Democrat Party. We don't know where it's going. But you see, the point is that the Democrats, they're screaming so loudly, it makes them just frankly look a little sus. Makes them look a little suspicious, because the more that they scream, the louder that they screech, and we've been playing you the audio for days, it makes you think, what are they trying to hide? So now, yes, Elon and Doge, they want the world to see what has been going on. He wants to pop open that hood and take a look. And so the left is freaking out about all of this, which of course does lead to the questions about what exactly is it they're trying to hide. Now, part of their shtick is to say, hey, the Treasury Department, you can't look in there. You can't have access to it because of, you know, privacy rights and these kinds of things. There's private information. There's you know, social security numbers and those kinds of things. So Elon Musk and his goons, they can't go into the Treasury Department. They can't look at what's going on. Well, newly confirmed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that all of those issues that the Democrats are screaming about, they're really not issues.
First of all, when you say the Doge team, these are Treasury employees. It is 2 Treasury employees, one of whom I personally interviewed in his final round. There is no tinkering with the system. They are on read-only. They are looking. They can make no changes. It is an operational program to suggest improvement. So we make 1.3 billion payments a year, and this is 2 employees who are working with a group of long-standing employees.
Remember part of what we covered yesterday where, you know, you had Joni Ernst, senator, and Joni Ernst has been trying to get some details as to where all of the billions of dollars that we've spent in Ukraine and the money that we've spent and sent to Ukraine. We want some accountability for that money. USAID refuses to open the books. You do know, all these screaming Democrats in the private sector, when a new CEO comes in, you know what happens, right? They open the books. When a new CEO comes in, they open the books. They look at performance. They need to make things better because there's a reason they're being brought in as the new CEO. It's because typically the old CEO wasn't performing. And so a new CEO comes in and they need to figure out why this company is being run so poorly and how can it be more efficient? What's the new mission statement? And so why should the rules of the private sector not apply to the federal government? Now, Washington, D.C., both sides, by the way, have been unaccountable for a long time. And so we, the people, through Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge, we are trying to make the people that we elected accountable because they are taking our taxpayer dollars. And the more we find out about USAID, the more sinister it sounds. We've got a lot more on this straight ahead. 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. .616 Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, it's going to be a high of 52 under cloudy skies. On Saturday, high of 71 and rain. On Sunday, cloudy and a high of 50. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. USAID. The other thing Scott Bessent, by the way, told Fox News Digital is that they're not working, Doge is not working with the IRS right now. That's also part of the hysteria of people on the left. Fox News Digital also interviewed a guy named Mark Moyer, who used to work in a leadership role right there at USAID, and he confirms what we've all heard. Now, he worked under the Trump administration the first time, and he says that during the first Trump go-around, it was all about resistance to Donald Trump.
People were subverting the president's will. Some of the career bureaucrats were refusing to implement the president's agenda. And they had the opinion that they knew better than the American people who elected the president. And so they figured they would do what they thought was right and not what the president thought was right. And a lot of them were beholden or had ties to the previous administration, the Obama administration. You know, the large majority of them had voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Yep. In the 2024 election cycle, we told you about this earlier in the week. USAID staff contributed a total of $406,790 to political candidates and PACs. Out of this, $241,079 went to then Vice President Kamala Harris. Only $999 was donated to Donald Trump. Overall, 97% of these contributions went to Democrats, with just $12,704 going to Republicans. And so, look, we all know that both sides are corrupt in Washington, D.C. We do know that. But this particular story is all about the Democrats.
There was a lot of money being spent without the knowledge of political appointees. This is 2019, so more than halfway through the administration, we discover this big slush fund that none of the political appointees knew about. And so in that case, we're able to get action once we highlighted it. But this is a problem across the agency.
Yeah, and we've known about it for a long time. I think that, you know, we're talking earlier about the confidence right now of Donald Trump and the swagger that he has. I think part of this is because he understands what he's got to do. And so this guy, Mark Moyer, who used to work with USAID under Donald Trump, there was a resistance even then. Then they had 4 years of Joe Biden where they could spend billions of dollars, $50 billion a year on whatever they wanted to do with no accountability. Well, there's a new sheriff in town, and that's Donald Trump. And now the resistance in USAID has begun again. But Trump has Elon Musk. And so this guy, Mark Moyer, says that when he discovered corruption at the agency and reported it, he got fired. He actually got fired. And so now the American people, we are asking for transparency. President Trump, Elon Musk, Republicans, they're all being yelled at. They're all being vilified. They're all being threatened. And so for the American people, as we all look and we see the people who are screaming about the Republicans looking and demanding accountability from USAID and firing the people responsible for what I will call money laundering of our taxpayer dollars.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your... This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country.
No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
We're going to fight it in the streets.
They have some explaining to do. Because clearly the reason they're protesting so much is because they are afraid of something being discovered. And by the way, watch us on YouTube, and you can also watch us on X and 99.7 WTN.com and a lot of other places as well. But you can watch the show on YouTube, and you can also take the Daily Dan poll. And the Daily Dan poll today is, Jeff.
Who is more annoying, Elizabeth Warren, Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, or Hakeem Jeffries?
And I just played you the audio. If you want to, first of all, who's winning? I voted for Elizabeth Warren earlier.
Yes.
And who's winning right now?
Elizabeth Warren still has a comfortable lead at 50%, but Maxine Waters is coming back with 36%. Jasmine Crockett is down to 11%, and Hakeem Jeffries has improved to 3%.
All right, so there you go. So watch us, like, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. That's where I do recommend that you watch the radio show. But there is just a lot going on with USAID. I've only scratched the surface. Now, coming up at 6:25, we're going to talk about Donald Trump and what his plans are, what are his priorities as it relates to your taxes. That is coming up on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Let me tell you something. They're trying to keep you warm this winter with some great deals for listeners to Nashville's Morning News. Get a free air duct cleaning when you buy a new complete whole home AC. How about a free air duct cleaning package upgrade? You buy the middle package, you are automatically upgraded to the deluxe package, or a free furnace checkup with any heating repair service. This is why I like Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, because they're always looking for ways to save you money. I've been a Beehive member for years. Now, remember, tomorrow, I'm going to be out at the Wilson County Southern Home and Garden Show from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Farm Bureau Expo Center. I do this every single year. I love meeting you folks, so come on out. Again, I'll be there from 11 to 1 at the Southern Home and Garden Show in Wilson County at the Farm Bureau Expo Center. Find Busy Bee HVAC online. It's busybeehvac.com. Call them 615-775-7833. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Dan, Rutherford County School Board has asked the state to get on board with one Donald Trump demand right now. And their electric car lineup may be bringing one big car company down. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt laying out President Trump's tax plan, and he is going to be presenting this to Congress. By the way, each of these things is a complete and entire segment in and of itself, but I'm just giving you the overview right now of what President Trump wants to do.
So these are the tax priorities of the Trump administration that the president has laid out for members in that meeting today. No tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap, eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners, close the carried interest tax deduction loophole, tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in history for middle-class working Americans. The president is committed to working with Congress to get this done.
So we'll have to see what happens. You know, the Democrats, they're going to fight this tooth and nail. They absolutely are. Realize what's going on in America today? You've got the Democrats who are fighting over transparency over USAID, our taxpayer dollars being used for sinister purposes. That's number one. And they're going to fight Donald Trump tooth and nail for us to get more of our money back from the government. The Democrats are in a no-win situation because, quite frankly, their policies and their priorities are completely screwed up. And I look forward to Donald Trump continuing to expose them. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning now, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news. We're at 43 degrees, a little chillier than we've been experiencing, going up to 53 later on, and we'll have the full forecast in a moment. A 12-year-old boy is under arrest for making a threat against his school in West Nashville. In a social media post, that boy said that he would, quote, shoot up Head Middle School. Police were quickly able to identify and arrest him. And another student at Antioch High School was arrested yesterday as well.
Police said the 17-year-old asked about bringing a gun to school or bombing it. He's charged with making a false report. This comes just 2 weeks after the deadly shooting at Antioch High School.
WSMV anchor Marius Payton there. Rutherford County School Board voted to pass a resolution that asks the state to remove its DEI hiring practices. And tensions during the debate were pretty high.
When we're hiring, it should be based on the merit and the qualifications. What's best for our students is to have the best educator in the classroom, regardless of the color of their skin.
We are not burdened by DEI in Rutherford County.
The message you're conveying is that if you're not a middle-class white guy, don't apply.
Resolution sponsor Caleb Tidwell said he didn't propose the resolution because he's against diversity. He said he just doesn't want it used in making hiring decisions or having quotas for people of certain backgrounds. Ford has reported that its electric vehicle business lost more than $5 billion last year. Revenue fell 35%. The company doesn't expect it'll get any better this year either, projecting its EV unit will lose $5 to $5.5 billion. Still, Ford has invested billions of dollars in new battery plants and new electric vehicle models. Well, the Dow Jones Industrials right now, the futures market trading a bit higher. They're up 35. NASDAQ futures are down just a fraction, and the S&P futures are up just a fraction. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at United Structural Systems. We had some massive rain earlier this week. You've got to make sure that your basement and crawl space, that they are waterproofed with my friends at United Structural Systems, because what happens if you've got a water leak, you know, the tiniest of cracks in your basement with the rain that we had here just a few days ago, you could end up with all kinds of problems like mold and wood rot and the need for structural repair. So if you want to stay ahead of water damage. And I'm telling you, it can be really expensive. Trust me, I know. Call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. You can never be too careful. USS, they've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. USS inspections, they are absolutely free, and they're not going to sell you any unnecessary repairs. We're simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. You can always find them online, USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com.
Still working that crash scene this morning. It's on 24, the westbound lanes past Bell Road, and it's blocking off the right shoulder. Also, Bell Road at Zelita Avenue in Laurel Hill. There's a crash there as well. And then Murfreesboro, it's 84, the eastbound lanes under Bill France Boulevard, exit 65. A crash involving injuries. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cover cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask. My friends at King & Associates will pay full replacement cost. Now, some of these other insurance companies, they simply will not pay full replacement cost. What they're doing is they're deducting money for an older roof. So if you've got an older roof and it gets destroyed, you're going to be on the hook for thousands of dollars because you had an older roof that was destroyed. That's what the insurance company is going to pay for. And so you could end up with a massive gap, and you're going to have to cover that difference. Remember, King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. 637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot I want to get to in this segment. Appreciate your listening. Watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll. Our Daily Dan poll today, you might remember from yesterday, we were joking about this. Of these four names, and Malinoff, you're going to have to help me here. I don't know if I remember all of them, but of these four names, I played you the audio earlier. Elizabeth Warren, Maxine Waters, we had the ever-so-charming Jasmine Crockett, or Hakeem Jeffries.
Correct.
Of those four, who is the most annoying? Which one do you dislike the most? And we have those four up there. And right now, I believe that earlier Elizabeth Warren was winning.
Yes, she's still winning, but Maxine Waters is actually closing in just a little bit. Elizabeth Warren went down to 47%. Maxine Waters went up to 39%. Jasmine Crockett has stayed at 11%, and Hakeem Jeffries is still at 3%. So he's in the fight.
All right, so what I want you to do is like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. That is my preferred way that you watch Nashville's Morning News. By the way, if you have a write-in candidate, 615-737-9986, what you can do there is you can go ahead and you can tell me who your write-in candidate is. By the way, Ilhan Omar is leading the write-in candidates. So we have that for you as well. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We have a number of things that I want to get to in this segment. I got to tell you, one of the things that is going on right now as we watch the news is all of the problems that we see going on in Washington, D.C., and it's exposing an awful lot. And part of what it's exposing is the rot inside of Washington, D.C., including, by the way, and we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, including, by the way, the fact that Politico was being basically funded by USAID, and I don't even know, Joan, if you could pop in here, it was Politico and the New York Times, and what were some of the other media outlets? It was Politico, it was the New York Times. I forget who else it was.
Also the BBC.
That's right, the BBC. I knew that I was missing one.
But there were more because later on in the day, remember yesterday the WikiLeaks text that said that Elon Musk actually retweeted, and it said it was more like 2,700 journalists and 700 news organizations that were getting these, subscriptions or some kind of funding from USAID. And of course, all of those media outlets tend to write articles that are against President Trump and against MAGA.
Do you know what's crazy about all that? What's crazy about all that is the number of journalists, I'm going to air quote that, the number of journalists that knew that this was going on.
Oh, yes.
And they had no problem with it whatsoever.
Nope. While always, saying that they've got the high ground on everything. I have to tell you that one of the places that I used to work, and I'm not going to name it, but one of the places that I used to work would allow us as anchors or writers of a story to use, and we always did, use the New York Times as source material. Hands down, it's the New York Times. It's, of course, that is perfect source material, and we use the New York Times in probably 10 stories a day.
Yep.
If we chose to take a story that was from Fox News or from the New York Post, we had to have two corroborating media organizations to that story and its sources in order to use that story.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And guess who's getting sources from USAID, and guess who's not?
Well, that's exactly right. And here's the thing, is that we all know that journalism is dead. One of the things that I have for you this morning is, how did Elon Musk realize that he needed to focus on Doge? Now, this is part of what I mean when I say that journalism is dead. Why was Elon Musk focusing on Doge all of a sudden? Do you know where Elon Musk learned about Doge? He learned about USAID. It was from an interview on Joe Rogan's show. And so Elon saw the interview with Joe Rogan. The guy had a person on named Mike Benz, And Ben's was all about the corruption within USAID. And so when Elon saw that and he saw the clips going viral on the socials, all of a sudden Elon started posting about it. And so this guy on Joe Rogan's show, he brought all the receipts. And the clips went viral. This is part of that interview that, I mean, it was 3 hours long. It wasn't the New York Times. It wasn't the Washington Post. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't the BBC. It was Joe Rogan and a guest for 3 hours talking about USAID.
There's no aid in USAID, by the way. That's your brain is being tricked when you see the phrase USAID. It's not an aid organization. The aid in USAID stands for U.S. Agency for International Development. It is developing internationally around the world all of the institutions that the State Department needs to use. So when they are capacity building activist groups in a foreign country, that's because the State Department wants those activists there.
Ben's appearance on Rogan had garnered millions of views before Musk retweeted a user summary of his appearances. He says Mike Benz just revealed everything. So who's doing the, and remember, Joe Rogan, hated by the left, and he was part of the left until they turned on him. And so then he turned on them and started exposing them. And Joe Rogan, certainly just the latest example, not really the latest, it's been a couple of years now, but one great example of someone from the left who had been red-pilled because his own party, his own team attacked him. But I think it tells you the reasons why journalism is dead these days and what's going on the socials is alive and well. It's because somebody like Joe Rogan, straight shooter. And he had 3 hours, and this dude laid it all out. And you see two of the big issues, then we got to go to traffic. But we see two of these big issues of the last several years that are tied to USAID. They funded gain-of-function research in China, and they had a partnership with George Soros, who installed all those corrupt soft-on-crime prosecutors across the country that led to the demise of cities, blue cities across the country. That's what your taxpayer dollars have been used for, is COVID, soft-on-crime prosecutors, and buying the media like Politico and subsidizing them to make Biden look good and Donald Trump bad. And those are the accusations. And so you look at the ills of society and you look at the things that the American people voted for in this last election. The American people voted against all of those things. They also voted, as we have been talking about the last couple of days, they also voted against the whole trans movement. And we know, if you've been paying attention, USAID has obviously millions and millions, billions of dollars that has been invested trying to spread the trans movement to other nations across the world. In what is ultimately, as I said before, previous in the show, this whole thing is nothing but a big money laundering scheme. And that's why the likes of Elizabeth Warren and Hakeem Jeffries and Maxine Waters and Jasmine Crockett and Ilhan Omar and all of these corrupt as all get out Democrats, that's why they're screaming. Because they know that there's a very good possibility that their corruption is going to be exposed. 6:46, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, it's going to be a high of 52 degrees under cloudy skies on Saturday, a high of 71 and rain. And on Sunday, a high of 50 degrees and cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I have a question for you. And you might have a interesting perspective on this. I've got some audio, and it's an audio of a woman named Ashley Allison. And she's on a panel on CNN, And on said panel, you've got not only Ashley Allison, but you've also got a guy named Arthur Aidala, a lawyer for Harvey Weinstein. Guy's very New York. And Scott Jennings. Now, Scott Jennings and Arthur Aidala, they are both white, and Ashley Allison is black. And it seems to me like she hijacks the conversation, and she, as the headline goes, explodes into a heated clash as she is really angry that she gets paid less than her white male colleagues.
I do not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
Let's go.
And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want,
I'm a New Yorker, not in this city.
Yeah, that's Arthur Aidala, and he is not having any of this BS.
You cannot say that. You can't say that in this city.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about Ashley.
Let her finish.
Right here. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table, right? And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
Even
because...
in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI. Scott.
So they're basically
just heard her own argument.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Number one, she's belligerent.
Crazy. Yeah.
And she's yelling at folks. And so that's number one. And this attorney, Arthur Aidala, he's right when he says, well, whose fault is that? I mean, if you're the least paid, number one, you might want to look at yourself and figure out what's going on with you. Maybe it's your crappy attitude. That's number one. But number two, well, then go in and fight for yourself, but fight for yourself in a way that you're not going to completely turn people off, which is clearly, in my opinion, what you did there. Anybody who watches this will say, the problem isn't everybody else. The problem is you and your attitude. At least that's what it looked like to me. Agree or disagree, Joan?
Oh, absolutely agree.
Joan's like,
also,
I don't know, shut up.
You didn't need to say he was a New Yorker. His voice was like, oh, that's a thick New York accent that man has.
Well, and he wasn't putting up with any tomfoolery.
Oh,
he wasn't.
Yeah.
And I think, most people, again, who watch that realize that this woman, she is her own worst enemy. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Joan.
Well, we have just learned of the death of 2 people in East Tennessee because of a tornado that touched down last night. Also, we'll take a look at what they're saying about that helicopter and plane collision in Washington, D.C. Some new information about that. We've got that coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:50. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Zero Res. Now, this is my carpet cleaning company. You know that I used to worry about the chemicals that carpet cleaning companies used on my carpets. I had kids and I had pets. That is why I started using Zero Res years ago. Now, they clean your carpets with powered water. No harsh chemicals, no soap, and no residue. Now, it is safe for my kids and my pets, and that is why I use Zero Res. Now, the science behind Zero Res and their water cleaning agents is much healthier than using those soaps and detergents that those other carpet cleaning companies use. That is the Zero Res difference, and that's why I've been a customer for years. Now, using Zero Res will also help with smelly carpet and your allergies as well. And right now, Zero Res has a great deal going on for listeners to my show for the month of February. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109. It is an incredible deal. I'm going to repeat it. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. Restrictions may apply. Call them for the Dan deal. Tell them you heard about it on Nashville's Morning News at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Chad Benson
6:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. You know, I find it interesting. One of the big chants, if you will, from the Democrats is that nobody voted for Elon Musk. And part of that, at least to me, the Democrats are clearly not listening to reality. And they're not reading the room. Now, one of the big things that I said yesterday was that I'm actually enjoying the Democrat meltdowns. And the reason why I'm enjoying the Democrat meltdowns is because, for me, the more they melt down, the more media they're going to get, and the more the American people will think, you know, I wonder if I want to vote for that Democrat in 2026. Part of me wonders, because a lot of people are saying that right now, this could be the end of the Democrat Party, because a lot of what they have been up to, especially over the last 4 years, is being exposed. And so I want to play this montage real quick for you, and you'll hear part of what I mean. And this is, if you go and you watch us on YouTube, that's where I recommend that you watch Nashville's Morning News. Go to YouTube and take the Daily Dan poll. Today's poll, which Democrat do you find most repulsive?
There was a lot of money being spent without the knowledge.
And that's not the one. Here we go.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your. This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country.
No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
We're going to fight it in the streets.
So when you're here, and you can go to Take the Daily Dan poll, vote for it there on the YouTube feed, but you heard Elizabeth Warren, and you heard Elizabeth Warren say nobody voted for Elon Musk. But you know that that's a lie, right? You know that people actually did vote for Elon Musk, and they voted for what Elon Musk was, as part of the Trump campaign, what Donald Trump promised. Because Donald Trump, on the campaign trail, he said many, many, many times, and this is why the Democrats are having such a hard time, Donald Trump, he said out on the campaign trail, this was in Wisconsin.
We're going to get Elon, and he's great at this. He's going to be our cost cutter. I think he can save trillions, right?
I mean, and right now, it looks like he is going to save trillions. But again, when you hear the screech, do you know, I think that's a pretty good name for Democrats, actually. Just like all of the Democrats is Screech. That can just be like their name en masse is Screech. So when you hear the screech and they're screaming about how no one voted for Elon Musk, they actually did.
He wants to do it so badly. I don't think I can get him full time because he's a little bit busy sending rockets up and all the things he does. But he's so much into that. He said the waste in this country is crazy, and we're going to get Elon Musk to be our cost cutter. He's going to do it for zero. He doesn't want anything. But he wants to see this country be great, and he'll do it. And having his endorsement is a great endorsement.
Well, it is a great endorsement, and having him involved in the Trump administration is a great thing, because he's clearly on the side of Americans. And, you know, one of the things every day, and there's another hair on fire thing today involving Elon Musk. Apparently, there is talk of having Elon look into and be involved in upgrading, because Trump wants to upgrade the air traffic controller systems for obvious reasons. Because the air traffic control systems and the computer and the radar and all that stuff, it is really, really, really antiquated. And certainly after the collision, the midair collision that we saw in Washington, D.C., it needs to be fixed. And so now, and it needs to be upgraded and updated. So people are talking about, why don't you ask Elon Musk? Here's a guy that could definitely figure out how to do this and how to do it right. And oh, the screech, the hair on fire Democrats, now they're talking about, oh my gosh, how can Elon Musk be the guy that looks into the air traffic control system? See, he's trying to be president. Actually, Elon Musk is more than qualified. And we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. It's a little chillier this morning, right? 43 degrees right now. We'll only get to 53 later. The forecast is still to come. We have just learned that 2 people died in eastern Tennessee overnight. And ABC's Jim Ryan tells us the mother and daughter died after a tornado ripped through their town.
The sheriff's office in Morgan County, west of Knoxville, says the victims were a mother and daughter in the same home. At least 3 other people were hurt in the possible tornado. Aaron Evans of Morgan County Emergency Management.
Just ask people to pray for this community again as they go through these tragic times, and the people that lost their life, our heart goes out to them.
The same part of Tennessee was hit by a tornado a year ago. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
President Trump is getting a big assist from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in his fight to deport illegal aliens. He has signed an agreement, DeSantis has signed an agreement that would deputize Florida Highway Patrol officers to perform the functions of ICE officers. Meantime, in Tennessee, Democrat Representative Vincent Dixie of Nashville has proposed a bill in the legislature that requires schools to notify students, parents, educators, employees, and contractors if immigration officers come to school grounds. The bill goes against Governor Bill Lee's immigration bill that calls for criminal penalties for officials who adopt sanctuary policies. All pieces of the plane and helicopter that crashed into the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. have now been recovered. The NTSB briefed lawmakers behind closed doors yesterday on their early findings.
Senator Ted Cruz saying that helicopter had turned off a crucial safety system.
The Black Hawk had a transponder, so it would appear on radar, but ADS-B out is significantly more accurate.
That system, the Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADS-B, tracks the location of aircraft by GPS, showing altitude and ground speed, as well as where other aircraft are around them. Experts say it's significantly more accurate than radar.
ABC's Martha Raddatz reporting there. A federal judge has paused the buyout deal offered by the Trump administration to civilian employees until it's considered in court on Monday. Meantime, a lot of those workers have already accepted that offer.
It's been 9 days since federal workers received email with a stark choice: resign now and be paid through September, or run the risk of being laid off. Sharia Smith, a civil rights attorney at the Department of Education and a union official, calls the offer insulting.
Members of this administration think so little of us and our commitment to the public that we would take an offer like this and end our careers to the public.
But the administration says more than 60,000 government workers have taken the buyout deal.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Just about a half hour from now, we'll get a look at the jobs data for January. Economists are anticipating non-farm payrolls added 169,000, and that would represent a sharp decline from December's numbers. Stock futures are flat this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. A crash this morning on 24, the westbound side, right at Bell Road, exit 59. It's blocking off the right shoulder, causing some delays. Old Hickory Boulevard at Summit Oaks Drive. That's the site of another crash this morning in Bellevue. And in Murfreesboro, 840, the eastbound lanes under Bill France Boulevard, exit 65. An accident there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So appreciate you being here for a Friday. Dan Mandis here along with KGB, Jeff Malinoff, Joan Jones as well. And we have a lot going on. And again, appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Go to YouTube and watch the radio show there on YouTube. Just go to the search bar, Super Talk 99.7, and there we are. And while you're there, take the Daily Dan poll. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. There is a lot going on with not only, of course, USAID, but also just government efficiency overall. And so we're going to continue to talk about that and a whole lot more. But I want to revisit something that I spoke about in the 5 o'clock hour, because there is a lot of interest in this. You know that I'm a fan of Congressman Tim Burchett. And this is somebody who is, you know, people are saying that he may be interested in running for governor and so forth. And he said something apparently yesterday, or at least that's when the story came out, about Palestinian refugees. And it shocked a lot of people. And people are definitely responding. Now, what's interesting, this is the headline. Representative Tim Burchett welcomes the idea of Palestinians relocating to America and relocating to Tennessee. Are you kidding me? But here's the bizarreness of this whole thing, is that I only found it on one website, WSMV, and they quote audio. They quote an interview that he did with CNN. But I can't find the interview anywhere. I can't find the audio anywhere. Because I'm here to tell you that is to me, that is very worrisome. I've reached out to Congressman Burchett. I've reached out to his press people. So far, crickets. But if you look at the replies on the WSMV story, people are like, not only no, but beep no. But this is the story. Now, I want to take your calls on this. So KGB, let's take the phones off hold. I actually want to take your calls on this because there's some nuance to this story that I want to share with you. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I want to hear from you on the telephone. This is the story, and this is the nuance. Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett said that he would welcome Palestinians to the United States and Tennessee during an interview with CNN on Thursday morning. The interview came after President Donald Trump laid out a plan to resettle most of Gaza's population in other countries. and allow the U.S. to take the lead in clearing debris and rebuilding it. In the interview with CNN, Burchett was candid about not only welcoming Palestinians to the U.S., but also having good relations with those already residing here in the volunteer state. In the end, this is from WSMV. For whatever reason, I can't find the interview anywhere. It's not on CNN. It's not on WSMV. Part of me wonders if the congressman asked for this to be pulled down because he realized that, I don't know, maybe perhaps he stepped in it. I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I wish I could get him on. But here's what he said. He said, and this is the quote, "We already have Palestinians in America, and some of them are the finest people that I know. They live in Knoxville, Tennessee, and they're wonderful Americans if they want to assimilate and become Americans." I have no doubt that Congressman Tim Burchett knows some fine Americans who are Palestinian. I have no doubt whatsoever. But the caveat in there is if they want to assimilate and become Americans. He continues on. But if they don't, if they want to bring terrorism and hatred and things like that into this country, I don't think we should. But we have a pretty good record with Palestinians, at least in Tennessee, so I welcome them, says Congressman Tim Burchett. He also added that the U.S. needs a legitimate litmus test for anyone coming into the country. The problem is we don't really have a litmus test. And the litmus test that we have isn't really effective. It's not effective. And by and large, and one thing that we've learned over the years is that if there are bad guys and they already know how to, pass the test, the litmus test, then they can just lie. They can just say what they know that they're supposed to say. And in they come. Our vetting in this country of these folks in other countries isn't very good. And even Congressman Burchett admits that as he is advocating for more people from Gaza to come into this country. He says there's a pretty good litmus test that they should follow, and unfortunately, we haven't been doing that in the past. He says, we have 14 million people in our country. We don't know where they are. We have members of the Taliban. We have Chinese government spies working out of the Capitol. We've got these folks all over the place. We need to provide a legitimate litmus test for those folks. Now, again, remember, all across the Middle East, you have countries who don't want these folks from Gaza. Because the Palestinians, generally speaking, they're violent and have no problem with the murderous ways of Hamas. I hate to say it, but that's their culture. And so what the congressman is saying, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because this is a horribly unpopular idea amongst our crowd. But what he's saying is that if we can find some Palestinians that are willing to assimilate and willing to, learn the country, embrace America, not support Hamas, not support terrorism, not consistently scream down with Israel and, all of those other things that these pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protesters have been screeching at their rallies that we saw last year. But the problem is I think that we've all seen so much. When Israel was attacked, when babies were being microwaved, when people were being raped and murdered ruthlessly, we saw Palestinians dancing in the streets in Gaza. And so when you hear Congressman Tim Burchett, who a lot of us love, as far as politicians go, when he says something like that, it's like, okay, not so sure about that. Now, you might recall when we spoke to Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation, he told us yesterday that Palestinians don't play well with others. We're going to talk about that, remind you of what Stephen Bucci had to say straight ahead. Want to hear from you on this. Do you support Tim Burchett? Do you want to see more Palestinians relocated here into the volunteer state? The phone number, 615-737-9986. Time to check the roads on WTN. $7:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, today, Friday, high of 52 and cloudy. On Saturday, high of 71 and some rain. And on Sunday, a high of 50 under cloudy skies. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Stephen Bucci, of course, he is a military and foreign policy analyst for the Heritage Foundation. And he was talking about, I asked him about, the Palestinians. And why is it that, people from Egypt and people from Jordan, they don't want the Palestinians coming into their country? Donald Trump wants to sort of put these Palestinians and kind of spread them around the Middle East. And I don't know if there's one nation in the Middle East that is saying, oh, yeah, let them into our country.
Yeah, because the Palestinians are not good guests. There were a ton of Palestinians in Jordan back from earlier Arab-Israeli conflicts, and eventually they tried to kill the king, the present king's father. They rebelled and tried to take over the entire country of Jordan where they were guests and killed the king, who was a descendant of the prophet. That's really a bad thing to do in their world. And they found out that King Hussein back then, who looked like a jolly fellow with a nice smile all the time, turned out to be a pretty tough dude. He rounded them up. He crushed the revolt. He killed a bunch of them. And the rest of them, he kicked out of his country.
I mean, that's kind of a problem, right? I mean, this is what happens when you let folks like that, and I realize that I'm painting with a broad brush, but that's what happens when you allow people into our country who they show serious resentment and hostilities towards, number one, our allies, and number two, towards our own country. Because part of the fear is that within the Palestinians, you have these radicals, and as Congressman Burchett even said, we don't have a way for them to, we don't have a way to be able to tell the good ones from the bad ones. We can't tell who the radicals are going to be. Because that there's a faction within there that would love to go into Egypt or Jordan and just start causing mayhem because that's what they do. And so Israel is all about Trump's plan because that would mean that they don't have to deal with these Palestinians and they can work with Trump on this new Riviera of the Mediterranean with all these other nations dealing with the consequences of all these Palestinians in their countries. And this is why there's so many foreign leaders that are saying, no, we don't like this deal.
Bottom line is the Palestinians are far more Hamas-type orientation than we attribute to them. The folks who say, well, look, the Palestinians in Gaza are really like prisoners. The Hamas are the problem. You can't keep attacking the civilians. There are not a heck of a lot of honest-to-goodness civilians in Gaza, to be honest with you. Maybe the women and children, okay, you got a point. All of the military-age men, which in that part of the world is like 15 and up, they are all tied to Hamas in some way, shape, or form, ideologically or through action. Many of them have multiple jobs. They might be a hospital orderly during the day, and then at night they put on the headband, they grab a weapon, and they go off and start shooting rockets.
I mean, it's scary, isn't it? We have enough problems in the interview with WSMV. Congressman Burchett even said we've got 14 million people in this country, and embedded in those 14 million are some really bad people. And so when the headline is that Congressman Tim Burchett would welcome Palestinian refugees into Tennessee, a lot of people sent that to me, and a lot of people said, are you kidding me? And I just gave you the context, and so now I want to know from you. Do you support, or what is your reaction to Congressman Tim Burchett wanting to bring those folks here? 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Your calls coming up. Dan Mandis here with Mark Spain Real Estate. Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. With that guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. You can receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, Jerry, one of their clients, said we needed to move quickly, and we were worried the process would be lengthy, and we'd spend a lot of money on repairs. He says Mark Spain Real Estate got us an offer in just 3 days, and it was over the asking price. It was amazing. Selling your home is a big decision, and who you work with matters. Go with my folks, Mark Spain Real Estate. Find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be. There is no obligation. 855-299-SOLD is a phone number. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing. It is 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
The first fatalities from an outbreak of serious weather yesterday. Also, a new push to get pot legalized in Tennessee. We've got those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
725, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. The phone number, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Taking your calls on Congressman Tim Burchett. Now, Sister Pamela Furr, actually, I was talking earlier about how I could not find this audio anywhere, but Pamela was able to track it down. And so coming up at 7:35, it's actually part of a longer 6.5-minute interview. And Congressman Burchett has a lot of really insightful things to say about the situation. So I'm going to play some of this interview coming up at 7:35 as well. But he does say in the interview, he does talking about resettling Palestinians here in America. So I'm asking you, WTN Nation, a lot of us fans of Congressman Tim Burchett, but you disagree or agree on this one. Earlier, had a lot of people call in and they said, heck no. That was in the 5 o'clock, so I'm curious as what the 7 o'clockers have to say. 615-737-9986. And Mike is on line 1 on WTN. Hey, Mike, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm a HE double hockey sticks no on that one. But a couple of things. One, the mindset, the kind of like psychological profile of the people in the Gaza Strip particularly is not going to work in our country. I mean, that's like oil and water. We've already have issues with other individuals that are here right now. But one thing that you mentioned earlier that I wanted to think I'm clearing up is that Donald Trump didn't make a blanket statement of relocating them anywhere. His statement, I believe, was either to Saudi Arabia or some other Muslim country, period. So
was that his exact quote? Because I know that people have been talking about Egypt and about Jordan and about how they think this is a terrible idea because they don't want these folks coming to their nations.
Yeah, that might have been their reaction to his initial quote, but I'm pretty sure that was his, first out of the box, comment.
Well, here's what I can tell you, Mike, and I appreciate the clarification. There's not one Muslim nation that wants these people.
I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Who wants more trouble?
Well, and here's the thing, and Mike, I appreciate the call. Here's the crazy thing is that y'all saw what we had last year, 2024, when we had all of those pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protests or rallies, whatever you want to call them. Well, a lot of those people are like Americanized, if you will. Can you imagine folks coming here from Gaza and something happens and we've got all of these folks that, their homeland is Gaza and they react the way that I believe that they would probably react? It would be awful. It would be what we saw last year in spades. Real quick, this is Robin on WTN. Hey, Robin, thanks for calling in.
Good morning. I say no, absolutely not. Look what the Jewish people, look what happened to the Jewish people when they tried to help them by allowing them in to work and to live around them. And I mean, I believe that that's how this happened, is that there were people that were, that shouldn't have been there from the Gaza area. And they are just so mind warped with death that they don't belong here. The people that are here are not assimilating. I mean, why would there be riots and protests and people saying death to America and burning the flag?
Yep.
Because they're not assimilating.
Yeah, you're right. And Robin, I think your bird agrees. Thank you. Did you hear the bird in the background? Could you hear the bird in the background, or people think I'm nuts? I heard Robin's bird in the background, and it sounded like...
I heard nothing.
It sounded like...
Dan, I think you've lost it officially.
Am I now hearing birds in my head?
You forgot your phone this morning. Now the birds. Something's very wrong.
Are you, Dan, or are you assimilating, Dan?
It's been a rough day. All right, got a lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An outbreak of severe thunderstorms apparently also spun off some tornadoes last night And we have just learned that a mother and daughter died in Morgan County, that's East Tennessee, last night after a tornado struck their home. The National Weather Service confirms tornadoes touched down in parts of Kentucky as well.
And I felt dirt hit me, and I screamed out, and I got up, and my husband said, honey said, there's a tornado coming.
Some homes and barns were destroyed when those tornadoes tore through areas of south of Louisville and Rockcastle County. More and more people are getting sick in Tennessee, and Channel 4's Lydia Fielder has more on that.
Tennessee, the state as a whole, remains very high when it comes to flu cases, the highest ranking the CDC gives. State data shows hospitalizations have been going up, and more people have tested positive. The Nashville-Davidson County area is again in the high category for flu infections as well.
Sickness is causing some schools to temporarily close their doors. Coffee County and Dixon County schools have joined the long list of school districts taking a sick break. A new bill filed by 2 Nashville Democrats in the General Assembly would legalize marijuana and use taxes from the sale of it to fix potholes. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
Representative Afton Bain had the idea last month that if the state was going to legalize marijuana, it should benefit everyone. So she created Pot for Potholes. It would tax marijuana sales at 15%, then that money would go into the highway fund.
Every year we hear bills in the legislature to legalize recreational marijuana, but there hasn't really been a definitive and creative way to tell you where that money is going.
Now, recreational marijuana is illegal in Tennessee with exceptions for limited medical purposes. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Pick Jones, 732 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. You know, somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And I will admit, it's a lot more than I thought. I did. I went home. You ever think about this? I went home and I counted how many connected devices I own. Between me and Riker and Amy, we've got like 18. All to keep me connected to the good stuff, which is my show prep and my shows and my broadcasting from home. Of course, Riker's gaming and his homework, and Amy working from home as well. Now, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that is why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. For real, hundreds. And right now, through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure that your home Wi-Fi can handle everything that you throw at it and then some. Find them online, Xfinity.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out when you call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store to switch today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
There is a problem on Old Hickory Boulevard at Summit Oaks Drive this morning, a crash that's in Bellevue, and it involves some injuries. Otherwise, checking out 24 this morning, just normal delays heading in. Also on 40 and 65 southbound, things look pretty normal this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here at 7:35, and my friends at Window Nation. This is my window company. They put 4 windows in my home in the last couple of years, and I suspect they're going to be back because they do great work at Window Nation. So if 2025 is the year that you're going to upgrade your home, start with a call to Window Nation. Now, they're offering you a full 60% off all window styles, and you pay nothing for 2 full years. No payments or interest for 24 months. That is a great deal for great windows from Window Nation. They've got some of the best insulated windows money can buy. So not only are you saving 60% on the windows for the purchase and install, but the savings last for years to come on energy bills. You know, they've got over 20,000 5-star reviews, including mine, and Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Even Forbes has ranked Window Nation highest on their list of best window installers. Now, don't forget that great deal, the Dan deal, 60% off all window styles. You pay no interest and no payments for 2 full years. Mention my name, Dan Mandis, when you call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. .737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, along with Joan Jones, KGB, Jeff Malinoff, and yours truly. How are you? So, Tim Burchett, and real quickly, we were able to track down this interview that the congressman did where WSMV had reported that he had said that he would be willing to bring in some Gaza refugees here into the state of Tennessee. And I don't know if I've seen one person that is approving of this deal. And a lot of people, again, admittedly, were a little surprised that this was the congressman's attitude because of what we've seen, especially over the last couple of years, and how folks from this particular region, they're anti-Israel, clearly, obviously, and part of their culture, there's no other way to say it, part of their culture is death and destruction. So he was on CNN, and I've got some audio here, Jeff. He's on CNN, and he was being asked, and it was, I don't know what the heck is up with CNN. They're so combative. And so they're trying to pin him down as far as how much of the American budget should go to this relocating of all of these Palestinians and so on and so forth. And this is, and again, they were interrupting him, but this was his answer.
Again, if y'all want me to talk, I will. But here, what he was saying, in my opinion, was that Americans possibly have ownership in it, just like the Chinese have ownership in farm property in this country and vital property near our military installations. I don't hear anybody raising Cain about that. We ought to have the same opportunity there as the Chinese have in this country, and that's plenty.
That is a great point. I'm really glad Pamela sent me this interview because that is a great point. I mean, do I really think that we're going to be developing properties on the Gaza Strip? I have no idea. But the point that Congressman Burchett is making about how, you know what, China's over here and they're buying up land here in America, particularly farmland, particularly near some of our military installations, and that's a problem. And we shouldn't be allowing that. So on that point, I definitely agree with Congressman Burchett.
And I believe if capitalism took over there and maybe democracy, you would see a change. But what we're doing right now is not working. It hasn't worked since biblical times, and we know that. So maybe we could try something a little new and get a different answer.
I hear what you're saying. Would you be willing to commit U.S. taxpayer dollars to ownership of parts of Gaza?
We're in over 30 countries right now, and I dare say most congressmen couldn't find some of those countries on the globe. I don't want our military over there. I don't want boots on the ground. That gets our people killed and gets into another conflict, which we don't need to be in and we can't afford. I think, again, if American entrepreneurs want to invest over there, I think it's a great opportunity, and I think you could turn that area around for those folks over there and get rid of some of their worthless leadership, because the leaders of Gaza are not in Gaza. They're in Qatar and other areas. They're billionaires, and those people there are living without just essentials, and they continue to do that. They continue to preach hate. They don't want change, because if you get change, they're out of power. As young men, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what would you do with the Palestinians who don't want to leave Gaza?
So I'll pick that up. But one thing that I want to say about what Congressman Burchett is saying is he's absolutely right. But I think that there's a little pipe dreamery here going on. And I'm not talking about Congressman Burchett, but yesterday when I was speaking to Stephen Bucci on the air and speaking to other people off the air, part of what's going on in Gaza, obviously, is they hate America, they hate Israel, they hate capitalism. And so as I was interviewing Stephen Bucci yesterday, one of the things that I asked him is, okay, let's just say, for example, we were able to clear out all the people in the Gaza Strip, right? And we can start putting fancy hotels and casinos and beachfront resorts and all that kind of stuff in there. Do you really think it's going to be safe? Because you can, as I said yesterday, you can take all the tunnels out of Gaza. You can fill them all up. You can take out all of the bombs that are in the soil, and you can do whatever it is you can do. But you cannot take radical Islamic terrorism. You cannot take that anti-capitalistic, anti-American, anti-Israel hatred out of the reason, out of the area, out of the region. You just can't do that. And so if we're going to start putting up, I don't know, whatever, Sands hotels or, fancy Marriotts or whatever on the beaches there in Gaza, well, do you think the people there are going to be safe? Or do you think that the terrorists are going to go back to their homeland and they're going to start bombing the heck out of those hotels and those casinos, and people that are visiting there are going to be targets? Because I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. And you think that if you've got all of these Palestinians and they're dispersed amongst, and let's just play this out, right? So Trump says we need to disperse these Palestinians to, the guy said, he called up earlier and he said, Trump never said Jordan or Egypt, whatever. Okay, fine. So that's two of the countries that have taken Palestinians in the past, and they've learned that they're not good visitors, as Stephen Bucci said yesterday. But wherever they go, they're still going to be able to go back to Gaza. You're not going to be able to sort of house them, let's just say Jordan. You're not going to be able to keep them in Jordan and prevent them from going back to where they came from. I mean, they've been there for many, 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 many years. And so you might be able to start building buildings there and casinos and so forth. But the problem is that you're going to be a sitting duck, in my opinion, because then they'll sit there and they'll tell you that, the Americans and the Europeans and whoever else is investing in this land, you're on stolen land. So I do believe in the people, these Palestinians, they only believe in a couple of things: death, destruction, hatred of Israel, hatred of America. That's what they believe in. And so we'll play the part where they ask him, okay, well then what would you do with these Palestinians that don't want to leave the area, which, by the way, because they like death and destruction, they don't want to leave the area. They want to rebuild. And then I'm going to ask the same darn question that I asked yesterday. Why is it up to anyone else other than the people of the Gaza Strip to rebuild their country? Why is it up to America? Why is it up to Israel? Why is it up to Europe? Why is it up to Saudi Arabia? Why is it up to anybody? It's not. Because before the Hamas attack on Israel, relatively speaking, things were at peace. And then, of course, Joe Biden comes in. He allows Iran to raise all kinds of money because he ignored the sanctions. Iran then gives Hamas a bunch of money. They train the soldiers there in Hamas, the fighters in Hamas, and then they go into Israel. Hamas started this. Hamas truly did. And those same Palestinians that Tim Burchett is talking about coming here, bringing here, they were dancing in the streets. Death to Israel, death to America. So I like the idea, because trust me when I say I'm a capitalist. I love the idea. I just think that it's a pipe dream. I just don't think that the people of Gaza ultimately would allow it to happen, because you got millions of them. They would come back to their land, and there would be attacks. 7:46, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, Friday, today, a high of 52 and cloudy. Saturday, high of 71, rain. Sunday, a high of 50 under cloudy skies. And so the question was asked of Congressman Burchett, what do you do with the Gaza refugees if they don't want to leave Gaza?
I'd let them stay there. Let them. Maybe they would become entrepreneurs. Maybe we could offer them opportunities in a job market instead of just being cannon fodder for a bunch of old rich billionaires that continue to stay in power because they continue to be funded. And this gives them an opportunity at something a little better in life, I think.
And Donald Trump, the president, continues to talk about relocating Palestinians in Gaza. He mentioned Jordan, he mentioned Saudi Arabia. Do you think the United States, would you be willing to accept some Palestinians relocated from Gaza?
We already have Palestinians in America, and some of them are the finest people that I know. They live in Knoxville, Tennessee, and they're wonderful Americans. If they want to assimilate and become Americans, but if they don't, if they want to bring terrorism and hatred and things like that in this country, I don't think we should. But we have a pretty good record with Palestinians, at least in Tennessee. So I welcome them.
So you would add the U.S. to the list along with Jordan and Egypt that the president is talking about in terms of relocation?
If they had sponsors, if these people were not if they weren't terrorists, if they weren't to do for destruction of our country, yeah, but that's the problem you're going to have. There's a pretty good litmus test that they should follow, and unfortunately, we haven't been doing that in the past. I mean, we have 14 million people in our country. We don't know where they are. We have members of the Taliban. We have Chinese communist spies working out of the Capitol. I mean, we've got these people all over the place. We need to provide a legitimate litmus test for those folks.
So, Congressman, I want to ask.
All right, so I heard it. I hear the tone in his voice, and there is some other context that WSMV did not put in their story. And I could hear the unease in Congressman Burchett's voice. It's like, well, he's asking me if I would be willing to bring Palestinians here. And he does have a point. Again, not to belabor the point, but if you're a conservative, then what you favor is legal immigration. And he did bring up the point, and it's a very valid point, which is we need a litmus test. So I think if I'm gonna summarize what he said, I think basically what Congressman Burchett said is, sure, that's a okay idea. We already have some Palestinians here, and they're great people, but the reality is there really is no way to vet these folks. If they're willing to assimilate, if they have sponsors that can vouch for them, which, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sold on the whole sponsor thing. I'm just not, because you see that all the time. People have sponsors here in this country, and it's all kind of a ruse. It's a way to get bad people into this country. But I see where Congressman Burchett is going. I still don't want any Palestinians to be relocated into this country. We have enough of these migrants, illegal aliens. I feel like we need to just shut things down for a while and sort of wrap our arms around who is here already. I love what he said about China. And listen, if people are screaming about how America is going to put, hotels or casinos on the Gaza Strip, and if you got these Democrats and these people that are upset about that, well, then why are they not upset about China building on our land? That is a great point. So you've heard what Congressman Burchett has to say. Phone number is 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. The phone lines are open. Got a lot more straight ahead. 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 8?
We will bring you the latest information from Morgan County. That's where 2 people were killed by a tornado last night. Also, we'll tell you who got a letter from President Trump last night notifying them that they've been fired. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There's like thousands of people that have been. You're gonna have to be a little more specific, Joan.
Well, we'll get really specific in the 8 o'clock news.
All right, thank you, Joan Jones and Dan Mandis here. You've probably been looking for cars and see the words "buy here, pay here," and it really does make you think, this is not a place I want to go. Buy here, pay here, right? And I do get it. Most of these dealers have really bad reputations, but I'm here to tell you that there is one place that you can go, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville, listen to this, 61 years. They're Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. Now, if you're new to town and you need a place to trust, this is the place to go. You need a first car for maybe a 16-year-old, they can do that as well. Now, you don't even need to take my word for it. Go to Google Reviews. Their Google Reviews are amazing, excellent, and that's saying something for a car dealership, by the way. One location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They're going to get you in and out the door in an hour or less. And the best part, they're the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville. And they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, honesty. That is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart. You can find them online. It is automartcars.com. That's automartcars.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
7:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Taking calls on this Friday over what Congressman Tim Burchett has said, which is basically, and I played you the audio, he's kind of sort of saying, now that I've heard the whole audio in its context, he's kind of sort of saying, we already have Palestinians in America and in the state of Tennessee. If we can figure out a way to litmus test or vet these people, he would be open to the idea. I'm getting your reaction, and Ali is on line 1 on WTN. Hey, Ali, thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Yes, my name is Ali. I'm originally immigrant from Iraq, and I'm a U.S. citizen, and I worked as a linguist for the U.S. Army for a long time. And I just want to share experience from what happened in Iraq in 1990 when Saddam Hussein, the dictator of Iraq, he brought about 1 million of Palestinian refugees to Iraq. They took over our country. They took over the education system. They had the free education over the original citizen of Iraq. They just took over everything. And America is my home now, and I don't want that to happen to it. So I'm really against it, and I don't agree with it. I'm voting citizen, so I'm really against that.
All right, Ali, I appreciate it very much. And can I ask you, what made you come to Nashville in particular when you came over?
So I worked for the U.S. Army, and they offer us a special immigration visa. And my commander at the time, he lived in Nashville, and he asked me if I want to come to Nashville, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll come to Nashville. And I finished my education here. I'm a nurse. I work for the VA system now. I care for our veterans, and I think the money that go to the Palestinians or whoever the illegal immigrants here, they need to go to the veterans, to the homeless people here in Tennessee.
Ali, I very much appreciate you joining us here on WTN, and glad that you're here. This is Grant, very quickly on WTN. Hi, Grant.
Hey, my knee-jerk reaction is no, like everyone else. But if we are able to vet these people and have them come over, like that's kind of what we're supposed to do. Is like actual refugees, actual asylees should be able to come, and then yes, we can currently deport illegal immigrants and import legal.
Do you know what the problem is, Grant? The problem is you and I bet you we agree. We don't trust the system.
Oh, absolutely not.
And until we can get
and that's why it's been abused.
Right. That's exactly right. Until we can get the system figured out, as soon as we can, figure out a litmus test that actually works, why put our country in peril? There's no other way to say it. You heard what Ali said. He's absolutely right. Appreciate everybody participating. 7:59 on Nashville's Morning News. Watch us on YouTube. By the way, you can always download the podcast as well, 997WTN.com, wherever you get your podcasts. But you can watch us on YouTube. That is my preferred way that you watch Nashville's Morning News. And you can also take our daily Dan poll. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 8 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Cloudy this morning, and it's just 44 degrees. We'll get up to 53 later. We've got more in traffic and weather right after the news. There is devastating news out of Morgan County, east of Knoxville today.
2 fatalities and 3 injuries from the event last evening. Both females, a mother and a daughter in the same household. And the 3 others are non-life-threatening injuries from the tornado activity.
That's Aaron Evans with Morgan County Emergency Management on WBIR this morning. The tornado touched down around 8:30 last night in the same area that a tornado touched down last year. Tornadoes destroyed homes and barns in part of Kentucky as well. No injuries or deaths reported there. The chairman of the Federal Election Commission is confirming that President Trump has given her the boot.
The FEC was created by Congress to be this independent watchdog over our election system. Well, overnight, the chair of the FEC, Ellen Weintraub, says that she was fired by President Trump in a letter. She is a Democrat, but this is a bipartisan commission, and under law, the president is supposed to first nominate her replacement.
ABC News' Rachel Scott there in a social media rant. Weintraub indicated she is not going to stand down. Now, in a 2019 appearance on CNN, Weintraub accused President Trump of spreading what she called baseless claims about voter fraud. A desperate search underway in Alaska for a plane carrying 10 people that vanished yesterday. The Bering airplane was lost at about 12 miles offshore. It was traveling in bad weather at the time. The Coast Guard is using a search plane that's equipped with special equipment for search and rescue. It enables them to locate objects and people through no visibility conditions. With a budget deadline looming, House Republicans met at the White House with President Trump to work out a plan to fund the president's agenda. But one Republican that wasn't invited, Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett.
You're not telling me what's in the dadgum bill. I'd kind of like to know about it if we have a 3-person majority and, we have a bad case of flu run through the Capitol and we're out of the majority.
Burchett said he had it out with leadership. House Speaker Johnson wants the House Budget Committee to meet early next week to mark up a budget resolution. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. After a disappointing report on January jobs, the Dow futures are up 16 points, NASDAQ futures -6. The S&P futures are down 1 point. About a half hour before the opening bell here. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No big problems this morning as we're looking at the roads here. It's just the normal delay on 65 as you're making your way down to the joiner there with 24. And 24, the westbound lanes, still a little bit slow around Laverne, but really not a big delay this morning heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Behind the scenes, I've been furiously editing audio, and I'm so excited because I've got some great audio from one of my favorites, Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana. And he's talking about what everybody's talking about and continuously is talking about, and that is USAID. And he took to the Senate floor and he called out his colleagues. Need some audio. And he calls out his colleagues for behavior like this.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your.
This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country.
No one elected Elon Musk to nothing.
We're going to fight it in the streets.
So you've got Jasmine Crockett, you've got Elizabeth Warren, you've got Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, you've got, who am I missing? Elizabeth Warren,
Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, and
Hakeem Jeffries. So go to YouTube and watch our YouTube feed, watch our radio show on YouTube, and take the Daily Dan poll. The question basically is, of those four, who is more repulsive? And by the way, if you want to write in a candidate, you can write it in to the super text line, which is open right now, very active today, 615-737-9986. So who is winning or losing, depending on how you look at it?
It's getting close.
Is it really?
Elizabeth Warren is at 44% now. Remember, she was at like 50 plus at one point. Maxine Waters is at 40. Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries are not even close. But those two are just neck and neck.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the write-ins as well. I see a lot of Elon Omar and AOC. Those are the two that I see the most. Oh, and Schumer has actually gotten some
Chuck Schumer?
Hate/love. I don't know what to call that.
All right.
But I think it's just because he's so old, it's sad what he's yelling.
Schumer?
Yeah, it's like an old man yelling to get off his lawn, and you're just like, okay.
Here's the beer that you're not going to get anymore.
Yeah. This is what you had.
And the
now-
avocado.
Yeah, and then there goes the and then we had to deal with the erection. You know what I mean?
A what?
Remember
said
when he said it? Schumer said.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, okay, so I'm looking to see what audio I'm going to play. All I heard
was
erection. And I'm like,
isn't it funny because that's when he was saying that speech, everyone else heard just that. They didn't hear the rest of it. They just heard that one word. So it's got everyone's attention.
So everybody knows that Kennedy, Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana, one of my absolute favorites. And he is reiterating a point that I made about all of this crazy spending from USAID, and he had some very kind things to say about Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and some very unkind things to say about USAID.
President Trump issued an executive order, and he turned to Mr. Musk, and he said, Mr. Musk, I want you to do for me what I said I was going to do in the election. I want you to go through all the spending, line by line. Now, let me ask you something, Mr. President. How are you going to review the spending without reviewing the spending? How are you going to audit the spending by an agency without auditing the agency? That's what I mean when I say common sense is illegal in Washington, D.C. That's what Mr. Musk is doing. He's put together a crackerjack team, and they're going through everybody's spending line by line, item by item. And my Democratic colleagues are very, very, very upset.
Yes, you've heard the audio. We've all been playing. There's a number of different storylines going on. Number one, of course, is what the money was spent on. And we've all gone from, what? $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq to, wait a minute, $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. There's no way that it costs $20 million to produce Sesame Street in Iraq. So where is that money really going? Seems to me like there's a lot of money laundering that is going on within USAID.
But you know what? I haven't heard one single person who's upset with President Trump or Mr. Musk talk about what he's found. They don't want to talk about the spending. the spending porn, the waste of taxpayer money that he's found. I mean, that's the point of all this.
Yep.
I tell you who is interested, the American people, the people in America who get up every day and go to work and obey the law and pay their taxes.
See, that's what I said yesterday. I played all the shrieking from all of these Democrats, and I basically asked the question, so you're screaming about Elon Musk, but you're not screaming about all of the crazy things that USAID has been spending our money on. And some of the more nefarious, of course, we all know about the DEI, the transgender, all that kind of stuff in foreign countries. We all know about that. But some of the more sinister, of course, money going to the Wuhan lab in China. There was that. There was the money that has been going to the partnership with George Soros. Of course, he is the one that installs basically all of those soft-on-crime district attorneys in blue cities all across America. And that has led to these blue cities becoming havens for criminals. And so it's horrifying. And so you've got Elizabeth Warren and Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries and Maxine Waters, and you got all these people that are screaming about Elon Musk, and they should be screaming about where the money's going, because that's what the American people are screaming about.
And many of my colleagues are upset. They're really mad at Mr. Musk. Hell, I think we ought to give him a medal. All he's doing is what President Trump said he was going to do.
Yep.
President Trump said he's going to audit the spending. So Trump goes and hires Musk, again with a top secret security clearance. Nobody can quibble with his intelligence. The guy's as smart as Einstein's cousin. He's a very successful businessman. Some say he's the richest guy in the world. And he's doing the auditing. And, man, he's finding a lot of stuff. I call it spending porn.
It is kind of interesting how the more Elon Musk finds, the more upset people get. You notice that?
Only people on one side.
Yes, Joan, you're right. Only people on one side. Although I do acknowledge, and I have been saying this all along, that there is corruption on both sides of the aisle. But, it's interesting that this whole 16-minute montage by Senator John Kennedy out of Louisiana, the place is just like deadly quiet because he's calling them out. He's calling them out, and he's saying how absurd it is that you're screaming about Elon Musk when the reality is that the American people are screaming at this kind of spending.
What the hell happened to all the money? What the hell happened to all the money? And that's what Mr. Musk is finding out. That's all this is about. And I'm just shocked that my colleagues have decided that this is a hill they're going to die on. Yes. How can you look the American people in the eye and support this kind of waste, support this kind of spending porn?
That's the thing. But as I've said over and over again, please, Democrats, keep screaming. We've got the midterms coming up. And so the more that we find, and he went through, and I think, he went through the litany of all the things that USAID has been funding, and we've all heard the list by now. We know that the whole thing is abhorrent. We know that these things are ridiculous. One of the things that I said the other day was if you found some sort of a Democrat enclave and, go to Chicago, go to Philadelphia, go to Los Angeles, and you start going down the list of all of the things that these Democrats have spent money on during particularly the Biden administration under USAID, and just ask the Democrats in these cities if they approve of these specific expenditures. I guarantee you they're going to say no.
I think he'll end up finding that some of our money is being well spent, but he's also going to find that some of our money is being stolen and it's being wasted. And that's an insult to every taxpayer in this country. Yep. So I'm going to end like I began. We ought to be giving Mr. Musk a medal. We ought to be thanking him. Maybe nobody else wants to hear about the spending porn, but I can't wait to read the book. I hope he finds all of it and compiles it. I hope Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, takes USAID and shakes them by the shoulder and lifts up the good people there and fires the bad people.
Absolutely. We've got a lot more straight ahead, including how is it that Elon Musk even focused on USAID? It's really a story about not only Elon Musk, but about how our own media and our own, air quoting, journalists have failed the American people and freedom of the press. Details straight ahead at 8:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. (8:16) Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather for today, Friday, a high of 52 under cloudy skies. On Saturday, warmer, a high of 71 with some rain. And on Sunday, pretty much going to be like today, high of 50 under cloudy skies. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So part of the whole story of USAID is about how they have been basically subsidizing Politico, the BBC. Joan, you're going to have to help me.
The
Politico,
New York Times.
BBC, the New York Times. And I think those are the big three, are they not?
Yeah, there's so many others. There's allegedly, there's at least 700 media outlets and 2,700 journalists.
So
getting direct payments.
We'll go ahead and air quote the word journalists because they're not journalists.
Correct.
And so here's they're narrative peddlers.
Can we get some of this?
We don't want any of that.
Well,
Joan,
I got
Joan,
rent.
thank you for saying it for all of us. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I just need the money. I don't care.
We got to get KGB a raise. Anyway.
And some scruples.
So here.
That's the adjective you would use?
Yeah.
So here's the question. Here's the question. How did Elon Musk find out about all of this? It wasn't through those, what did you say, Joan? 700 or so? No, 2,700 journalists that were supposedly on the payroll. They found it through an interview with, Elon Musk found it through an interview with Joe Rogan. Not the New York Times, not the Washington Post, not the BBC, but through Joe Rogan. And this interview with a guy named Mike Benz, and it is incredible what the guy has to say. Because he has to say a lot about what is going on and what has been going on.
There's no aid in USAID.
In USAID. And now that my computer's going to play.
There's no aid in USAID, by the way. That's your brain is being tricked when you see the phrase USAID. It's not an aid organization. The aid in USAID stands for U.S. Agency for International Development. It is developing internationally around the world all of the institutions that the State Department needs to use. So when they are capacity building activist groups in a foreign country, that's because the State Department wants those activists there.
That's exactly right. I mean, listen, and I don't want to regurgitate the same thing over and over again. We know what's going on. But we're talking about regime change. My opinion, we're talking about money laundering, and we're talking about trying to spread this insanity of transgender policies and politics across the world. And it is crazy. And John Kennedy is absolutely right that for the people who are screaming, the people on the left who are yelling about Elon Musk and what he's doing, they're only digging their own grave politically. And I welcome it. Absolutely welcome it. Let's all remember who is defending all of this when the midterms come up in 2026. It is 8:20 now on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news coming up.
Yeah, we've got amazing audio from a high school basketball game in East Tennessee just as tornadoes were touching down last night. Also, a couple of Tennessee lawmakers make a move to handcuff Elon Musk. That's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. We'll be taking note of those names and appreciate it. Loan Pronto. Now, what could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple $100,000? If you want a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. Dan Mandis here, and Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all of your credit cards or start that home remodel. Now, Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. The average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money, so you ought to use it. One client got $150,000 out of their home. They paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and yes, a personal loan as well, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. Now, you could get approved in as little as a day, so act right now with no hard credit pull up front. Find them online. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. LoanPronto.com. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything. 615-499-5780. That website, one more time, LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
I started working in the early 60s, and Tennessee had a deer stalking program already in place, primarily for the Clarksville Basin in the Polk County area. In that area, a lot of deer were stalking in Midland, West Tennessee, and then later on, we started taking deer from those areas and stalking those areas. So it was a progression. It moved pretty fast. The deer sometimes were faster than the stalkers were.
I bet that was pretty exciting trying to trap those deer and move them and know that you're making a huge impact.
Well, we wasn't that confident.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of the counties had dog problems. You know, they'd be wanting to haul deer and didn't hold up under that kind of pressure. And we had to go back in and restock. There was a lot of different types of law enforcement work that had to be done. And the officers did a good job. And we talked to a lot of the judges, and they clamped down pretty hard on somebody poaching deer out there. Back then, we only put out 15 or 20 deer. It was critical. Back at that time, it could cost you your truck.
It's an amazing success story. You hear folks saying, well, we didn't see a deer when I was a kid, and now you just have to walk out your back door and you got in a subdivision grazing or driving down the interstate highways or whatever, you see a deer just about every day.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if we're too efficient.
Some folks say back in the good old days, but I don't know, right now hunting and fishing is really good.
827. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Fox News Digital interviewed a guy named Mark Moyer, who used to work in a leadership role under Donald Trump at USAID. And even then, even way back during Donald Trump's first administration, it was all about resistance.
People were subverting the president's will. Some of the career bureaucrats were refusing to implement the president's agenda. And they had the opinion that they knew better than the American people who elected the president. And so they figured they would do what they thought was right and not what the president thought was right. And a lot of them were beholden or had ties to the previous administration, the Obama administration. You know, the large majority of them had voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016.
Right. And you heard him say that you've got all of these, you know what's so interesting? Here's what's really interesting, and this just occurred to me. So you've got all of these people on the left, and they're screaming that Elon Musk is an unelected, president, basically. They're saying President Musk, and he's unelected and all this. You get all these people within USAID who are also unelected. And they're taking money, taxpayer dollars, from us, and they're spending it on things that are antithetical to how the American people voted, whether it is in Donald Trump's first term or now Donald Trump's second term. Now, they were talking about resistance, but I think they understand at this point that resistance is futile. I don't even know. Somebody said, I don't know, is this true, that USAID, do they only have 300 employees left? Is that what I heard?
Well, by midnight tonight, it'll be down to 300.
By midnight tonight,
yeah,
they're only going to have 300 employees left.
Joan is she's quick on this, isn't she?
Yeah, instead of, calling out ALEXA, I'm just going to say, hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Instead of, hey, ALEX, I don't want to.
Or SIRI.
Yeah, we don't want to say it.
You mean Siri?
She said it. Well, no, Alexa? She didn't say it 3 times fast. So that means if you say it 3 times without interrupting, then she shows up.
There you go.
Really?
It's like Beetlejuice.
I'll have to try that.
It is coming up on 8:30, Nashville's Morning News, coming up to Cross with Chris Hand and also KGB and Joan. It's all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 44 degrees, heading up to a high of just 53 degrees later on today. In the news this morning, tornadoes tore through Morgan County in East Tennessee last night.
Morgan County sustained some structure damage from high winds and possibly a tornado.
That's Tennessee Highway Patrol Captain Stacy Heatherly. In fact, a mother and daughter who had been sheltering at home together were killed. The storms interrupted a basketball game in the town of Sunbright, too.
We are going to have a tornado delay.
Yeah, no one at that high school was injured. However, cleanup crews are beginning the work of sifting through the rubble in Morgan County this morning. President Trump has ordered every media contract the government made with media outlets to be canceled. That should have happened as of midnight last night. Meantime, by midnight tonight, USAID will be whittled down from 14,000 employees around the globe to less than 300.
We have received notification that as of Friday at 11:59 p.m., the remaining number of employees on active duty, both civil service and foreign service, will be 294. The rest of the service will be furloughed and put on administrative leave pending what we assume will be a reduction in force.
Randy Chester there is the vice president of the American Foreign Service Association. All that's left will be the core leadership and mission critical staff. A couple of Tennessee state lawmakers from Nashville are trying to stop Elon Musk from accessing the U.S. Treasury's payment system.
They introduced the Stop Elon Act. Senator Jeff Yarbrough, Representative Jason Powell
say it will hold people accountable for illegally interfering with giving out government benefits that families rely on. If it's passed, the bill would create a new offense for interfering with a person's ability to get a loan grant or financial assistance from any level of government.
Channel 4's Lydia Fielder reporting the economy added a paltry 143,000 jobs in January, but the unemployment rate fell from 4.1 to 4%. We've got the Dow up right now. The Dow is gaining 49 points, NASDAQ up 42, the S&P is gaining 9. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News. It is February, and nothing says love like gunpowder and lead, like what you find at the Glock store. Now, listen, it is the month of Valentine's Day, and over at the Glock store, you and your significant other can go get a couple's training session in their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms. You can book a couple's shooting session at shoot270.com. And when you show up, you've got to mention my name, Dan Mandis, and you both get trained for the price of one. Now, remember, this is a private shooting room with a personal instructor, a professional that'll tailor the session to your current level of shooting expertise. And whatever level you're at, they are going to up your game at the Glock store. I got to tell you, I've been through the training. It is incredible. Those private shooting rooms with that personal instructor, that makes all the difference in the world. Now, remember to book that 2-for-1 Valentine's date at the Glock store. Book it at shoot270.com. You mentioned my name, Dan Mandis, and I appreciate that. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, shoot270.com.
There was a crash involving some injuries this morning in the Nations at Centennial Boulevard and 63rd Avenue North. Also in Blackman, 840, the eastbound lanes past Veterans Parkway exit 50. An accident reported by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Time for the cross. Joan's here. Good morning, Joan.
Well, hello there.
And KGB's here. Hello, KGB.
Why are you laughing?
You know what? I cannot get over that whole, I don't know if you heard it, Chris. We're talking about the journalists that are on the take from at KGB just pops in and says, boy, I wish I had some of that money.
I don't know why you guys are laughing at him. I'm on KGB's side.
Thank you.
My goodness.
Cut me a check.
I'm like, I didn't know where to go because I didn't want to call out KGB because it's like.
I got kids to feed. You see that USAid money they're throwing around?
Yeah, I do. All right, maybe I'll take the money too. Whatever. I'll just jump in with everybody else.
I'll take your half. I'll take your share.
Non-scrupulous people.
You can't have it. I'm taking
the word is unscrupulous.
Unscrupulous.
I'm taking you and yours and Joan's share. Those are mine now.
We'll have enough money to buy scruples for everybody.
That's exactly right.
I'll have
I got your scruples right here, buddy.
I'll have enough for just 1 month's rent.
Joan's getting extra Philly lately. Have you noticed?
She is. I heard that, and I'm like, what in the world?
The closer we get to the Super Bowl, the more Philly Joan has emerged.
I'm all for it. This is going to be fun.
Philly Joan.
Oh, my gosh.
She'll fight you.
All right, so
Philly Joan kicks you while you're down.
With a smile.
So who's going to be the first one to text Philly Joan when it's clear the Eagles are going to lose?
They're not going to lose.
Me.
You don't get it.
Do you know what I'm going to do?
That's the most dangerous time to make contact with Philly Joan.
Right.
You know what I'm going to do? Joan, I'm going to tell you right now what I'm going to do. When the Eagles are clearly losing, I'm going to text her. Was it the mayor of Philadelphia?
Yes.
ELGES or whatever it was.
ELSGEL. She really messed it up.
She really shanked it.
Let's go Birds.
Shanked it. There you go.
That's right. Let's go Birds.
Did you see what they're doing in Philly?
Oh, she's on the TV right now, by the way.
When they won the Super Bowl against the Patriots, they didn't have a 2-hour delay. Okay. For Philly schools.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had a 2-hour delay for the next Super Bowl that they were in, and they lost. So now they're superstitious. So the superintendent of Philly schools went on TV, and he's like, we're not doing a 2-hour delay because we don't want to jinx anything.
Boy, that's usually reserved for, like, baseball, isn't it?
No, that's fair.
That kind of, like, crazy superstitious stuff.
I don't know. Are football people superstitious?
I don't think so, but
I am.
Baseball people are.
I am.
Well, I know baseball people are.
Yeah.
When it comes to my sports teams, I take it very seriously.
When I played baseball, I was one of those who would never walk on the chalk line. I would be one of those people that would jump over the chalk line.
My wife decided to sit out a whole 3/4 of a season watching UVA football because every time she would tune in, they'd be winning. And then they'd start to lose. And she's like, it's a sign. We got 3 games into the season. She's like, I'm tapping out this year.
That's funny. Do you watch your sports team even if they're losing?
I used to.
Yes.
I think of the 4 of us, Joan would be the biggest expert in this. Joan?
Yeah, sure I am.
Philly Joan.
I watch. Now, I have to tell you that, I haven't been watching football for a while. When they started taking the knee and all the things that they were doing, I tapped out then. This is the first season I've actually been watching football again. When it comes to baseball, I will watch the Phillies, first inning to the end of the 9th, totally into it.
It's like you're a Philly fanatic.
Oh.
See what I did there?
But I'm not green. You see what I did there?
Yeah. I did, but I think mine was better. Anyway, so...
Okay.
Be careful with Philly Joan.
Hey.
You know what? I'm going to be turning left out of the studio, not going back into the newsroom. I need her to cool down and cool off. She's upset about me making fun of the Eagles. Which, by the way, I am officially rooting for the Chiefs, and I am going to watch the game. I am watching the game.
Don't talk to me.
People are going to be so sad on Monday. But I'll be happy.
I'm voting for both teams to lose somehow. I'm still hoping that happens.
Okay. Well, I somehow don't think that's going to happen. But
it can happen, Dan.
But a great take there, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm probably not watching.
I'm on America's side here. No one wants either team to win, besides Joan, of course.
Yeah, all right. Very good. Chris, you shouldn't be here, man. You're sick.
Yeah.
Like Chris is not. Did you tell that Chris is not feeling well, Joan, when he was back in the newsroom?
Well, because he was talking like this, and I couldn't really understand anything that he was saying anyway.
Are you doing Philly Joan accent again?
No, I'm doing stuffy nose Chris accent.
I looked at Chris. He came in here, and I said, you should not be here. You look like beep. I did. I said the S word, didn't I?
You did.
And then I said, well, you look good without glasses, Dan.
I think that
Kill
was
him with
pretty
kindness,
funny.
Chris. Kill him with kindness.
I say you're being. See, here's the funny thing. Chris knows that I hate the way I look without glasses, so he's doing that on purpose.
That's funny.
How's the eyesight today? Are you rocking? You feel good?
You know what? I feel really good. People are asking me, thanks to Dr. Horn, Vision for Life. They actually did an incredible job. So people keep asking me because I wasn't sure if I was going to need reading glasses. Day 2 here in this room, and I can see everything perfectly. So, and before, when I take my glasses off, I couldn't see a thing. I wouldn't even be able to see the thing on the TV, the graphics on the TV. So I could see everything. It's great.
Is it weird, though, after all these years with
it's very
glasses?
weird. Because you know what I keep doing for you people watching on Super Talk TV? I keep trying to take my glasses off.
Really?
Amy saw me do that yesterday. It's what's
That's
wrong
funny.
with you?
That's funny.
It's like I wore glasses since I was 16, and so I keep wanting to either take my glasses off or I'm looking for my glasses somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's only for a second.
Okay, Velma.
And then I realize, oh no, I don't need the glasses. I can actually see.
Is it just the glasses, or are you also like instinctively squinting?
No, I don't instinctively squint.
Instinctively squint is good.
No, I don't instinctively squint. I'm feeling really good. I'm putting all this.
He's also confirming something that I told him that happened to my mom. By the way, she's 85 and she had this surgery, but she was able to see colors.
Oh, yeah.
She could never see before. She said, "I don't remember everything being this vibrant," and so Dan confirmed that too.
Yeah, the big logo behind me. It's like really pops. You know what I mean?
Vibrant.
So it is very vibrant. So I'm seeing colors more than I ever have. So I'm really excited. Do you know what I'm most excited about? Is this dumb? Have I said this on the air yet? Do you know what I'm most excited about? Wearing cheap sunglasses.
Really?
Yeah, you told me that, and I was like, okay.
Was that on the air or off the air?
You said on the air you hate sunglasses.
So I can't wear sunglasses. I mean, before surgery, I couldn't wear because I always needed prescription sunglasses.
You're not the guy that would get the flip downs?
I did.
Over the glass? You did?
I
felt like you would have. I felt like you might have.
We did. I think we talked about this. There was one time where I had my glasses, my littler ones, the John Lennon ones, and then I would get these really big bug-eyed kind of sunglasses and put them over. So I'm that guy wearing 2 pairs of glasses. But now,
dorky.
Thank you, Joan. I know. Thank you, though, for reinforcing.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's a North Jersey word, dorky.
North.
Anyway,
Philly Jones cutting deep.
She is, man.
Imagine, so if the Eagles lose, are we just going to get like visceral, bitter Philly Joan for the rest of the year?
You know what we're going to do? We're going to go on the internet and find a whole bunch of Eagles jokes.
There we go.
No, I already have jokes in my head. I'm ready for it already.
You know it's a really funny Eagles joke. Watch this, Chris, watch this. You know it's a really funny Eagles joke?
What is it?
The Eagles are going to win on Sunday.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
You know what? That's actually, I thought that was pretty good.
I like it.
Actually, whatever. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to going out and buying some cheap sunglasses.
Your tires are already flat.
All that to say, you know what's so funny? I actually would not put it past Philly Joan to slash my tires.
Yeah, and she would slash them, too. She wouldn't just let the air out.
No, she would. She'd actually slash them.
Philly Joan has a butterfly knife on her somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. Philly Jones started to come out when they won the game a couple weeks ago because at 7 o'clock at night, I'm trying to get into bed and I get a text just bragging away.
Yeah, we've watched the evolution of Philly Joan in real time.
That was the hatching of the egg of the Philly Joan, if you will.
I knew I wouldn't get hired here if I showed it to you right away, so I thought I'd hide it a little.
Well, if we knew that you had violent tendencies, Philly Joan, we never would have hired you. People need to feel safe in the workplace.
She defends that fan base. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, the guys that threw batteries at Santa Claus.
That's who snowballs.
That's who Joan rolls
They were
with.
snowballs.
Ice balls. They were ice balls.
You people.
Stop trying to change history there.
Joan just went you people on us. All right, cool. Hey, no, you really you're not feeling well, I can tell.
That'll be all right. It's a 3-hour show.
Yeah, but the question is, will the rest of us be all right? I'm glad. You know who I'm? Okay, so we gotta put a flu watch. Not a warning, but a flu watch on Chad Benson.
Flu watch is in effect.
Because he's got to use the microphone after flu.
Do you spray down
Chris
when you're done, Chris?
I don't know where there's any spray.
Yeah, That's fair. How about a little mic cover?
Mic condom?
Yeah.
Mic condom? Mm-hmm.
That's what we call them.
I don't know. Are there any around?
Talk.
Well,
I don't think they're in the budget.
I don't know. Well, anyway.
They'll just take it out of mine anyways.
So I wipe down every morning. Everybody knows that I'm a wiper downer. I wipe down the studio. So I'm okay.
You get rid of your throat coat T-ring.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yes, occasionally. Anyway, so I hope you can shut up. You know what? He wants, just so we're clear, he wants some of my throat coat. You want some of the Mandis slippery elm.
I grabbed one of Dan's tea bags yesterday.
All right.
What?
Nothing.
I'm not mature enough to handle this conversation.
Unbelievable.
Oh, come on, Philly Joan.
You know what? Of the four of us, I would think that Philly Joan would appreciate that joke more than anyone. Mommy, what does he mean by tea bag? Never mind.
Oh my God.
Hey, you know, we tried to get Malinoff a date.
Great.
Yeah, how's that going? Because Murphy doubled down yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you
during
listen?
the afternoon show, and
I think it may have been the curse.
An old guy called in, an older gentleman, and said that he would be willing to hold hands for the steak dinner.
You know what?
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. But that's funny.
Yeah, I heard it.
I didn't hear that.
Fact check true. He said for some steak and shrimp, he'll hold Malinoff's hand.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that. He brought me on the show. Did you see that part, Chris, where I was on the show yet?
No, I didn't see that.
So at 6 o'clock, I was finishing helping out with the zone, our neighbors, and he waved me in, and he started the segment with, "I'm worried about you," which Chris, actually, you don't know this either. I got DM'd after the show ended too.
Did you?
Yeah, and apparently
you got DM'd on Murphy's show or my show?
After our show, after this show, and
somebody
then
slid into the DMs. Was it a girl?
Yes.
See?
Was it a girl?
And also,
you know what? You think it was a girl?
There is someone on the YouTube line that's saying she would as well. So
You don't know it's a she. Come on.
Okay. I hope that's very true because it's just one letter. It's just the letter D in the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea if this is a man or a woman.
Listen,
Doug.
we need a protocol because we did the whole thing yesterday, and we said if you want to email in a dating application to go out with Malinoff, you've got to send a photo and your dating stats. I don't need references. But we do need some descriptors.
Some background info.
What's the email? What's the email?
It's Dan at 997wtn.com.
It is?
It is? You never said that yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
I thought you gave a different one.
I thought I thought it was different. It wasn't.
Well, whatever email I gave.
Yeah.
You know what? That tells you that people had multiple ways to get in touch with me. DMs, social media, multiple emails. And crickets.
So
and we're up to one old guy willing to hold your hand.
No, you know what? Earlier, I had three other guys also say that they would go out with Malinoff.
This is disturbing.
So fun. So and I think we've also said
no.
You also told me I have to have my DMs open too for this.
Oh, okay.
So and I realized that my DMs were not open. So now I had to officially open them. So I guess Instagram and X, I have my DMs open.
You want to tell people how to follow you and how to send you a DM?
Yeah, at Jeff Malinoff. Very straightforward.
MALL.
No.
Shanked
Are you kidding me? MALINOFF. You hired me.
It's a lot easier to spell KGB.
Yeah.
You just got rid of the glasses, Jeff. Give him a break.
I think if you search wow. I had a bite a moment there myself. KGB, you could find me, but just for safety, Jeff Malinoff on X or Instagram. Either one's fine.
Jeff's got a lot invested in this, doesn't he? Have you noticed he's very passionate about this?
You've been telling me to do this.
He's like low-key excited.
He can't wait till after the show so that we can go outside and take some photos of him so that he's got some good.
No, okay, so fun fact.
You and Billy Joan are doing a photo shoot?
Yeah,
Joan is doing a photo shoot. So, you know what he's going to He's going to do like an over-the-shoulder kind of a thing. You know, and maybe some fake reaction shots.
Real talk, I came into the studio this morning. Joan can vouch for me, and I'm like, do you think Dan forgot about this? And she went, no.
Oh, no.
We were talking about it last night.
Dan came armed.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Dan came armed with the sound effects.
Yeah.
That shows you that I'm all in. If I can put a sound effect in there, then...
You've used that sound effect before.
Yeah, I know. When nobody responds to my segments like you guys don't.
Yeah, I was low-key hoping you would forget it and we can just move on, but then Murphy started this, and now it just snowballed into
You know
this.
what the highlight of my day-to-day, Chris, was? When I'm doing the show and I'm engaging with Joan. Joan, do you even know this happened? So, and I'm talking to Joan, and then I stop talking. And there's like 6 seconds of silence, and I said, Joan? She said, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to speak here. That was a highlight of my day.
Sometimes, you're not going to believe this, but sometimes I'm listening to news stories.
Sometimes I say it for all of us, and you don't need to jump in.
Joan's on FanDuel making prop bets for the game.
That's exactly right. She's on
Finding green hair dye.
She's on the phone with her bookies.
Yes.
I had actually, as terrible as you feel today, Chris, I'd be willing to bet my morning was worse than yours.
Oh, listen to this.
So I am 3/4 of the way here
Okay.
and realize I don't have my phone. I need gas. So I can't keep driving to work because I've got 2 other appointments after this. And I wasn't going to ask KGB to borrow any money. So I had to go, and it's like 4:10 when I realized that my phone is at home. I've got to turn around, go all the way back home, get my phone, get gas, and then drive in here, and I made it by like 4:55. But that's a terrible way to start the morning.
We were legit worried about you. I thought you got in a car crash.
I texted him and said, hey, listen, I'll start the show if you're not here.
Yeah.
And so he made it in time so I wouldn't start the show.
Joan, ever the opportunist. Hey, I hope you're really not in a car crash. And so, I'd have to start the show. Boy, that'd suck, wouldn't it, Joan?
Terrible if your tires were slashed and everything.
I sure hope nobody cut your brake.
No one, not yet anyways. If the Eagles lose, watch out.
All of you.
All of us.
All right, moving right along. It is 8:53 on WTN. Chris, what do you have coming up?
Well, we're gonna talk about Trump's cabinet. We'll give an update. We'll talk about Doge and the one Doge member that CNN tried to highlight last night. Did you do that story?
No.
You didn't do it?
No. What is it?
The guy's name?
What's his name?
Big Balls.
No.
That's right.
All right. So,
no.
In fairness to me,
100%.
I swear.
I saw the story.
And CNN covered it like seriously.
I saw that. I can't do that in morning drive. I saw that, and I'm like, I can't talk about.
I'm not sure if I can do it in the middays, but we're gonna find out together.
It's a good thing nobody important listens to this station. Anyway, all right, very good. Thank you. Looking forward to that. Feel better, and I'll leave you some slippery elm.
Appreciate it, bro.
8:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. DT McCall's. Listen, if you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is the time. Gun safes are sales tax free still right now at DT McCall's. Now, you know that they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee. Free delivery, free setup. Other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for smaller models. But at DT McCall & Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period. No setup charge either. So check them out. DT McCall's 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. DTMcCalls.com.
Let's go.
All right, so go to YouTube. That is where I would like you to watch Nashville's Morning News if you watch online. You can also like and subscribe. And we do the Daily Dan poll every day. Today, who's your least favorite Democrat? Of Elizabeth Warren, Jasmine Crockett, Maxine Waters, Hakeem Jeffries. I will spare you the audio. And
Thank you.
Who won?
So this was close. It was down to a 2% difference.
Okay.
Elizabeth Warren narrowly won with 43%. Maxine Waters almost made the comeback at 41%, and then Jasmine Crockett and Hakeem Jeffries didn't even break like 20%. So
you know why they're going to say Elizabeth Warren won, right? All that privilege.
All that privilege.
All that privilege.
All that privilege. All right, it is 9 o'clock, and Chris Hand is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7.